his jacket. Are you taking it off?
No, it's all good. It's hot in here, so I think this is okay. But
we're live. We're live, everybody. We're live.
You're in California.
We're live.
We're live.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm calling to order the City of Carson Housing Authority Successor Agency and City Council agenda. Today is Wednesday, June 8th. We've had this meeting today because yesterday was election day. Although some of the staff reports may reference a meeting date of June 7th, that was done in error. The meeting will be held on June 8th, today, and all staff reports and attachments to staff reports that are part of the agenda, which refer to a meeting of a hearing or date on June 7th, should instead be understood and deemed to refer to the correct regular meeting of today, June 8th. The public may address the members of the City Council on any matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council or any items on the agenda of the City Council during the designated public comment period. Because of the threat of COVID-19, the coronavirus, you're urged to take all appropriate health and safety precautions. Public viewing is available live stream on the city's website. This meeting will be streamed live over the internet via www.carsonca.gov or YouTube, www.youtube.carson/c/City of Carson, California official YouTube page. You may also view it on Spectrum Channel 35 and AT&T Channel 99. Public comments may be made live streamed over the phone by calling 1-669-900-6833, meeting ID 310-233-4888 on the date of the meeting during the portion of the agenda entitled Oral Communications. There will be 2 oral communication sessions, one for agendized items, that's a comment on the agenda, and while the other non-agendized items will be heard at the conclusion of the meeting. You may email your public comments to City Clerk at carsonca.gov. Written communications can be placed in the metal drop box located in front of City Hall. The cutoff time to receive any written communication is 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Madam City Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Rojas.
You're muted, Councilwoman.
Present.
Thank you. Councilmember Deere.
Present.
Councilmember Hicks.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Hilton.
present.
Mayor Davis Holmes.
Present.
All are present, Madam Mayor.
Mayor Deere, could I have a flag salute, please?
Yes, if everyone would face the flag, or if you don't have a flag with you, face City Hall would be fine, or Washington, D.C. if you prefer. And if you stand, if you can stand, and put your right hand over your heart, and together we will do the pledge. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're honored this evening to have Pastor Gerald Waters from Central Baptist Church to do the invocation for us this evening. Pastor.
Good evening to everyone. I want to just thank you for this opportunity and this honor of the invocation. So I'll lead us right now. Good evening to each and every one of you. Let us pray. Father, we humbly come before your throne of grace right now, Father, thanking you, oh God, for this council meeting body. We thank you, Lord, for what they have done. And Father, as they go forward in this meeting, we ask that you would touch their minds, touch their hearts, their bodies, even touch their families, and also touch their decisions today. Guide them, oh God. Father, we just ask that you would bless each and every one that is involved in any decision that is to be made. And Father, we ask you to look in on every situation that's happening everywhere. And we ask that you would bring unity in our community and everywhere. We ask you to camp your guardian angels around this entire city council body. And we thank you right now, God. We thank you in advance for the mighty things that you're going to do through this great city of Carson and everywhere else that's involved. Continue to provide your choices, blessings upon each and every one of these members. As we honor you, we glorify you, and we magnify you. We ask it all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. You had a birthday recently, didn't you? I can't hear you.
Pastor, you muted.
Yes, I did. I turned 61.
Wow, what a blessing.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Well, on
Thank
behalf
God
of
for that.
all the residents in the city of Carson, I know I sent you birthday message, but happy birthday.
Yes.
And we look for many, 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 many more.
Thank you so much, Mayor Holmes. I thank you all for the birthday wishes. And again, I just thank you for this honor to be here today.
Okay, tell my family I said hello.
Absolutely will.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank
I'm
you,
gonna check.
Pastor.
Thanks for coming, Pastor.
Have a blessed evening.
Thank you. Love you all.
Okay.
The next on the agenda is closed session items 1 through 2. Madam Secretary, are you here with us? Yes,
I am. Thank you, Mayor. The council will meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4 because the city is considering whether to initiate litigation in one case. The council will meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 or D3 and E1 because there's a significant exposure to litigation in 3 cases.
Thank you. We should be back about 6:10. Okay, we're gonna recess to closed session within hope of being back around 6:10. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are live.
We are live. Okay, Madam City Attorney, report on a closed session, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4 because the city is considering whether to initiate litigation in one case. The council 325 authorized a lawsuit to be filed to deal with the matter. The council met in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 or D3 and E1 because there is a significant exposure to litigation in 3 cases. In 2 cases, there was no reportable action. On the 3rd case, the council actually, in response to a legal issue, authorized litigation unanimously to file a lawsuit. And that concludes my report.
Madam City Clerk, I forgot, I skipped over. Are there any public comments on closed session items?
There were not, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, the next we have is introductions. But before I do that, because this agenda is long tonight, I don't want to get caught up like we did last night. So I want to make a motion that we, if necessary, we could continue our agenda item until after 11 p.m. Because we have quite a few, and I don't want to get...
I'll support that until what, 11:30 or what?
Until we finish the agenda, hopefully 11:30, 12 at the latest.
Let's make it 12.
Okay.
And I'll support it with a second.
Okay. All in favor of that?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm going to abstain. No, aye.
Reluctant.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, report the vote.
Madam Mayor, that appears to be unanimous.
Okay. Okay, tonight, to our city manager. Do we have the young lady, what was her name? From,
Yes, ma'am. She actually is not available this evening, Madam Mayor, but she will be available next meeting. So
we'll bring it up then.
yes.
All right, thank you. We have a Captain Jones of the Carson Sheriff Station.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
How you doing, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city manager? How you guys doing?
Great.
Good
Good.
evening,
Wonderful.
sir.
My report is really quick tonight. We didn't
I
have.
like those shades, Captain.
Oh, it's not shades. It's just like that. Must be the glare.
Oh, okay. They look
But
good.
thanks for the compliment.
You're welcome.
But yeah, as you guys know, we participated with you all in the community public safety meeting we had at Veterans Park. And I'm happy to report, from talking with the city manager, we were able to get a little additional coverage in addition to our already assigned parks deputies. So we'll have some additional coverage at our parks. And so we're happy about that and just want to continue to make sure everyone feels safe while they're there. There's a particular property. I think I've received an email from the mayor in the past, and I know as recently I've received an email from Councilman Hicks. Councilman Hicks just wants to update you that particular property. The team has been in communication with that resident. There's some continued operations that will be going on. We are giving some intensive police enforcement in that area. And part of that is to do some social observations. We're looking at some indicators to gather some info on some of the crime behaviors, just to see what's really going on there, because some of the actions that are being alleged when we've done some follow-up, obviously, it's just like when your car has an issue. Once you take it to the dealer, they can't repeat the issue. So, but we are in constant communication with that resident, as well as the sergeant. We'll be having another personal meeting with him. So I just want to update you on that. As you guys know, we attended the Philippine Independence event. That was a very good event. We're so happy that we were able to be involved and just be there. We're happy just to meet some new folks out there and just talk and eat some good food. So that was a good thing. We will be having 7 new detectives starting next month here at the station.
Wow.
So that's really, really good. We have that gap for good reason. As you guys know, Carson is the place people come pup for, and we had a lot of our detectives either promote to sergeant or to some coveted bonus investigator positions. So we will be replacing them. next month, and they'll continue to help out to make sure that we increase our efforts at continuing to solve crimes and make sure our victims of crime know that they're not alone and that we support them and we care about them. As you know, 4th of July will be here in less than a month. The team has already started and been successful in confiscating some illegal fireworks. So they're already starting their enforcement efforts. And so to those residents out there, please do not use illegal fireworks. You will be fined for it, as well as you can cause an injury or cause major damage to your home or someone else's home. In the city, as well as myself, we take this seriously, and we have a zero tolerance there. We did this. Was that something, Madam Mayor, you were saying?
Yeah, the fine is $1,000 for the first offense.
Yeah, $2,000 for the second. And I'm not sure, did we get it passed to even higher if they do further on? I wasn't sure. Is that right, City Manager?
Right, not as of yet, Captain, but that is something that we're actually bringing before the council in regards to that potential increases. So we have
those increases are for each season, right? I mean, this 4th of July, the first, second, third offense is for this season. It doesn't accumulate over the years. Each season they have to pay that amount, right?
That's correct, sir.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's what the Councilman, you and I on the 4th of July, that's what we recommended. Is that, I know we had that meeting, is that going to be emergency, or how we're going to do it or is it 1,000, 2,000 right now?
Currently, it's the 1,000, 2,000, and 3,000. But once we're able to get the Attorney's Office, Madam Mayor and Council they're looking into the legalese part of potentially increasing it even further. We'll be able to bring that back to you when we're looking at the 21st. And so actually, I don't see him on now, but Ben Jones is working on that for us. Because
I gave you some information that another city was charging $7,500.
That's exactly right, Madam Mayor. So that's why there's RPV.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Captain Jones.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry we interrupted, but I want to make sure our residents knew that there is a fine. And please report any illegal fireworks in the city, because we are bombarded every year. This is like a war zone in the city of Carson. We don't know the safe and sane from the illegal sometimes.
Yes, ma'am. Continuing on, we will be having one Explorer graduate in 2 weeks from our Explorer Academy. So once again, to any young men, young women out there who are interested, we are always open to have you join our Explorer program. You can reach out to our community relations office, and they'll happily go over all the information and what it takes to be an Explorer. On the 22nd of this month, we will be doing a in-person coffee with the captain at the Starbucks on Avalon and Dominguez. So anyone whose schedule permits, it's going to be at 10 a.m. We just want to hang out. It's non-formal, relax, and just have a conversation with a bunch of our residents and anyone passing through our great city. That's all I have for my report today. I just want to thank everyone, the community, as well as our city executive staff for supporting the hardworking men and women of Carson Sheriff Station. Does anyone have any questions for me?
I do. I have a comment and some suggestions. I attended the 90th Conference of Mayors.
Yes, ma'am.
There were cities that are doing less than we are doing with their sheriff department that was recognized. And for next year, I would like our Carson Sheriff Station, because you guys do so much. You know, the coffee with the sheriff, they called it something else, and all the things that you do, the toys, and we need to start tooting our horn a little more, because some of the things that I was hearing, I said, well, shoot, we do that in Carson. We do more than that. And so we want to make sure that when these applications or recommendations are due, that our Carson Sheriff Station has submitted something to say that, hey, Carson, we do that and even more. And then also I shared with my city manager a 24-hour mass shooting protocol. I want to get this pamphlet to you and have a discussion with you, because I'm planning on what I'd like to do is a round table with all the mayors in this area and sheriff to discuss this. This is an excellent tool that our city manager, I gave it to him today, and I will get a copy to you also.
Thank you, ma'am. And then, I'm glad you brought that up. One thing I forgot to report, our community relations office did a active shooter response and training with a bunch of your city folks and staff last week. very successful, very helpful. It seemed to be good for all the parties involved. And it just went over those basics, obviously the run, hide, fight, but then also how you can take care of one another, how you communicate, how you can make your self safe, as well as, identifying meeting locations and, because, a lot of times in chaos and things of that nature, everyone's on their cell phone. So, the lines are down, as well as people don't know who to contact. So they went over a whole bunch of things on making sure we respond appropriately to that type of situation, which we hope and pray we never have in our great city.
Right, but it's on the forefront. So
Yes.
it's protocol, and we will be meeting with our city manager moving forward. But I will get this pamphlet to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I want to just address the captain. Of course, you guys are doing a fine job. Me and the mayor probably doesn't know, we were tagged on Facebook today in a Facebook post talking about the homelessness in the Walmart parking lot. And they compared the homelessness to the Walmart parking lot different from the homelessness in the Target parking lot. I did talk about to these constituents how we're trying to address these things. Can you kind of just give us a brief, because I asked some of them to watch tonight because I would direct my question towards you. Can you kind of tell them what the status is on when we try and interfere or try to help the homeless or try to push them away? Oftentimes they return within the next 24 hours.
Yes, no problem, Mayor Pro Tem. So to our residents out there, just a little background. The city of Carson has a special assignment officer team, as well as 2 dedicated homeless outreach service team members that the city manager and the entire council has approved and that we have out there. And on a daily basis, they're out there reaching out to these homeless, offering wraparound services, either everything from substance abuse help to housing, to transportation, to connections with the VA, or to even possibly some type of employment. We realize being homeless is not a crime, but at the same time, we try to do our due diligence to make sure that we're regulating public space, because we don't want any of our small businesses or even our large businesses to be affected and have our citizens feel uncomfortable to patronize or go to some of these businesses. I'll use an example for last week. Mayor Pro Tem reached out to me. We had a homeless outside one of our elementaries. Team went immediately out there. She was in violation of California law, had some drugs on her as well as drug paraphernalia. Team arrested her, booked her into the station, but due to, which a lot of folks don't know, in 2014, Prop 47 was passed, which took drugs, which are hardcore drugs, such as methamphetamine, crack cocaine, and changed them from being a felony to a misdemeanor. At that point, now when we have an arrest like this young lady who was homeless, obviously when we arrested her, we not only arrested her, but we also tried to get her connected with services. Being that her mental state may not have been correct at the time, obviously she denied any of those mental services or any assistance we can give her. Due to California law, it being a misdemeanor, 4 hours later, she was cited back out. That homeless individual now, with all her debris, basket, and everything else, now is back on our streets of Carson. Even though our team came across her again, they try to offer again the services, and she continued to deny it. What we're finding is, and this is the thing we're trying to work with, is when we're doing enforcement and special enforcement in particular shopping centers or certain areas, yes, we're being successful, but what we're finding is it's just this displacement. A lot of those homeless are just moving on, which is great for that particular place at that moment, but then now it becomes a problem for the next group or the next area or the next shopping center. We are continuing to work with LASA as well as our county homeless team to try to figure out a way to be most effective to, one, help these folks out, as well as continue to keep our area safe and clean. Another area where we're working with and that we're looking at is seeing what some of these transportation services are doing. So as you know, we have a lot of the bus lines, Gardena bus, Long Beach bus, MTA bus that come through our area. Well, some of them, the end of their line is in our area. Well, when they do, hey, end of shift or end of the day, and they kick everyone off the bus, with it being in our area, now that homeless person now is being placed in our area. So that's some of the challenges that we are facing. But just know, to our entire council, as well as our city manager and our residents out there, we're not pushing it aside. We're trying to address it appropriately, but without violating these folks' rights.
Thank you, Captain. If I could, Mayor Pro Tem, to your question, and just to piggyback off of Captain Jones and him kind of just eloquently speaking to the issues, I do want to report to the council that we're also providing, actually as a recommendation from Mayor Pro Tem, a public engagement team, because we know that the sheriffs actually can't just by themselves alone address all the homelessness that are out in the street necessarily. And we didn't have the staff, we don't have the staff to necessarily address those as well. But we're providing and bringing to the council an opportunity where we'll have a public engagement team that will actually go out to address the homeless. So we have an opportunity when residents, you see something, or if we as a city see some homeless loitering in a public right of way, can be addressed immediately instead of having to wait on the sheriffs because it could be tied up in other aspects of law enforcement. This public engagement team will go out and confront, speak with homeless, providing the resources that's available to those that are homeless that are looking in need of that. But we also are going to have them monitoring certain areas, in particular on Carson Street in Figueroa, right across the street where there is the Harbor UCLA Medical Center. We want to ensure that when those homeless are placed there, they're placed for a time period of 72 hours and then they're released. They're not from Carson. And so we'll have a public engagement team there to engage with the homeless that try to traverse into the city, and we can actually try to redirect them to either the place that they originally came from, their home city, which is not Carson, as well as provide them and offer them those resources that will help them to get off the streets, as well as some of the other issues that they're encountering and they have. And so that's something that's also going to be provided as an assistance. But to the captain's point about the 2 dedicated homeless team members that he has, deputies, the Los Angeles County, believe it or not, only has a total of 5 sheriffs in the entire Los Angeles Sheriff's Department that addresses homelessness, and 2 of them are here in the city of Carson. So I really just wanted to applaud the captain and the lieutenant, because they really do a phenomenal job of dealing with some of the homeless issues here in the city. But I wanted to make that a public point, because it is difficult to obviously handle all of those particular situations. And so we're just excited and thankful that we do have those 2 sheriffs there, and as well as the opportunity to bring this public engagement team to the city of Carson to assist with these issues.
Thank you. And also, while I was attending the conference, and I didn't share this with you, let me see, Mr. City Manager, while I was at the mayor's conference, and I know Councilwoman Rojas and I are on the homeless ad hoc committee, but there is a movement, it's called Built from Zero, Community Solutions to Homelessness. I want to share this with you, and it listed all the cities that are a part of this Built from Zero movement. And the councilwoman once, I know she's going through something, but I'd like to schedule another meeting. And at that time, we could bring the captain in, our ad hoc committee and our team, and discuss what these cities are doing. It's called Built from Zero, very informative. I picked up a lot of good information at the mayor's conference this weekend. So that's something I want the residents to know that we're going to be working on, and find out from the councilwoman when we will be able to meet as an ad hoc, because there were certain things we had discussed at the ad hoc committee also at the level. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Captain Jones, through the MOC, I have a question for you. Specifically at Carson Street in Maine, the Albertson store has now closed. It's boarded up with plywood, and there's a homeless issue there. So we in Carson have an anti-loitering ordinance in place already. And so Albertsons was not very proactive in removing the homeless. To some degree, they were camping out on a bench, and they did remove the bench, which was good. But the new vendor coming in there is called Vallarta. And Vallarta is a chain of about 53 supermarkets. It's the first one of their chain in the South Bay, will be in Carson, at the site of the Albertsons. So I met with the Vallarta people, and they said they want to be very proactive and work hand in hand with the sheriff's department to address the homeless issue. So specifically, if a private property owner asks the homeless people to leave because they're panhandling or littering or whatever issue they're doing, or worse, and they don't leave, that would be considered trespassing. Is that correct?
Yeah. Well, initially it would just be the actual loitering. Now, if they're asking them to leave and, they prove that if their property or whatever, yeah, it could be trespassing, but it'll be a private person's arrest, and they'll have to agree that they're actually going to make the arrest, go to court and everything, and go through the whole entire process. And most times, that's why a lot of the businesses end up being reluctant.
They don't want to go to court.
They don't want to go through the entire process of going to court, because obviously some of them are hourly wages, because it's usually the security. It's not the actual manager or district manager that has to go. It's the person who's working hourly, has a family to take care of. So we understand why that's always a challenge. But we do try to have our SAO team supervisors meet with the managers or supervisors, just to make sure we're kind of working collectively and together on trying to address it appropriately, because we don't want their business to be affected. And that's what I was saying earlier, that's their livelihood.
So when I met with them, I have a verbal commitment that their security guards will press charges as citizens arrest, and they will go to court. So that being the case, if they keep their word, which I think they will, we may be able to address the issue in that particular parking lot. I just want to be sure that your team is working with the security team of the new vendor. And I'll set that meeting up for you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain. That's all I have, MOC.
Thank you, Councilman.
You're welcome.
Any other comments for our captain? Well, thank you, Captain, as usual, for the great report and all the work that you're doing here in our great city of Carson.
Thank you all for your support.
Thank you. The next we have item number 5 is a report from our Assistant Chief Bennett of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. Hi, Chief, how are you?
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. Thanks for having me tonight. And I'm going to, as I do, mirror your words with Captain Jones and his team for the great work they do. You have the best deputies and captain out there taking care of the city, taking care of our firefighters. So I totally agree. Toot their horn for whatever that next award is. They definitely deserve it. Okay, so for your firefighters, we did have a little bit busier month here with 1,112 total calls for service. We had 820 of those were emergency medical calls, 40 of those being fire calls with about $235,000 in estimated damage to the homes. We did have 7 hazardous conditions, 21 public service calls, which would be water or wires down, and then 35 false calls. So that comes out to about 35 calls per shift. Look like maybe from April, maybe up about 4 calls per day. And, I think that as we get warmer towards the summer and things are just going to start picking up. And like I heard you mentioning before, we're kind of gearing up for the 4th of July and everything that brings in the city of Carson, which it's like a war zone. So we're going to work with the Sheriff's Department and our hazardous materials crews, our Homeland Security, and do what we can to support getting those illegal fireworks off the streets. Also, our folks have been continuing their monthly training, and this month, unfortunately, in light of Uvalde and Texas, we have a 3-day MCI drill active shooter that they're participating in up at SoFi Stadium. So that's a 3-day event. started 2 days ago. Tomorrow will be the last day, and that is your local battalion chief and a couple of your engines are going up there just to experience that. It's put on by our Homeland Security, and unfortunately, it's a reality these days, and we just want to make sure that everybody is prepared as they can be. So it's unfortunate, but we're drilling, we're keeping up on it, and doing what we can. So I know you guys have what appears to be a long meeting tonight. That's the end of my report, and happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you, Captain, for your report. Are there any questions from my colleagues?
Yes, I've got a question. Councilman Rojas,
Yes,
you're on mute. You're mute if you're talking. I don't know. You can go first if you like.
Can't hear you.
You seem like you were addressing the mayor, and the body language was addressing the mayor, but your mute was on. You want to go first? I have a question.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, to Assistant Chief Bennett, thank you for being here tonight. We really appreciate your participation along with Captain Jones to reassure our residents that we have the best Sheriff's Department and the best Fire Department in California, in our city.
I'll agree with both of that. Thank you.
Okay. So every year, as you mentioned, there are issues with fires that are being started and injuries from illegal fireworks. Not the safe and sane, but the illegal ones. And I got a constituent I'd like to bring to the sheriff's attention, the captain's attention rather, and to your department's attention. Every year, there's a house next to a house that has tremendous illegal fireworks. They hide it with the safe and sane, but they're really going hog wild. And as the MOC mentioned, it's like a war zone. In this particular case, every year they have this problem, but now one of the adults in the house is very ill and is home when they're not usually home on 4th of July, and they need rest because they're recovering from an illness, surgery actually. And they know they're going to be home on 4th of July this year. And so, and I'll speak with you offline about this, but basically I want to just get the ball rolling here. I'd like to have a concerted effort for this one particular illegal activity that's going on to protect the sanity of the residents in that street. And then maybe that could be a model to protect the residents throughout the city of Carson with a similar, I don't know if you call it a pilot project or an operation to shut down that illegal fireworks, especially this year since their next door neighbor, which they don't seem to care about, is going to be home, and it's going to be really horrible for the ill person to have to deal with that. So I'll speak with both of you gentlemen offline. I just wanted to bring it up to your attention now. Thank you very much, and I'll be in touch during the week.
Yeah.
And we have a Homeland Security task force that is specific with our fire prevention, and they have a task force. And so that's a great opportunity to, again, we'll do it offline, but we can work together with whoever Captain Jones' designee is or whoever that is, and we'll make sure that that's addressed.
Okay, I'll get you the address of the residents. Okay.
Okay. Fantastic.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it again. Thank you, MOC.
Captain Bennett.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please coordinate with captain of the sheriff. I've given him several addresses of similar to the same thing that our councilman has mentioned. So if you have a task force, that'll be great, because the residents that I have been speaking to I've gave all the information to our sheriff, they're frightened. And because it is out of control. And to our residents here in the city of Carson, if you know this is going on, call the sheriff's station. You don't have to give your name. You just have to say, hey, there's illegal fireworks in our city. You are the eyes and ears for this community. I don't care how many law enforcement we put out there. We rely on you to report what's going on in your particular neighborhood. And these, I think it's 3 or 4 have come, and I've given those names to our captain, but I think there should be a coordination between the sheriff and the fire department. So thank you for letting us know about this task force. Thank you.
And they can do it anonymously.
Yes.
Of course, and safely for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No problem. No problem.
Thank you. The next is a presentation from the Doubletree.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we have I believe Ed Okadaka is there. I see him on camera. He's going to give a brief presentation there for the Doubletree. So welcome, Ed. Thank you.
How you doing, Ed?
Thank you. Great to see everyone. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, city staff, and community members. Thank you for allowing me some time to speak this evening. As many of you know me, my name is Ed Okadaka, General Manager of the Doubletree by Hilton Carson. For over 30 years, we have taken great pride in being a key hub of the Carson community, where we host memorable events. This last Saturday, we had a wedding poolside marking a special life moment. From meetings to milestone celebrations, we're here and we welcome all. We embrace the vision of Hilton to fill the earth with the warmth and light of hospitality. I just wanted to take a few moments to share some of the highlights of the things that are happening here at the Doubletree. Over the past 5 years, we've been extremely active in the community, supporting our partners, City of Carson, Cal State University at Dominguez Hills, Go Toros, the Carson Sheriff Station, Bonita Elementary, where we just double trees as part of their garden, the Carnegie STEAM Academy, Boys and Girls Club of Carson, EXP, the opportunity in June, where we're excited to host 2 high school interns this summer, the Carson Dominguez Rotary, and the American Red Cross, just to name some of them. Some interesting statistics I just wanted to share as well. We have contributed over 500 volunteer hours over the past 5 years, 2,200 meals, $70,000 in monetary and in-kind donations, and we've impacted the lives of over 2,100 young people through our different engagements. We understand our role as a key strategic business in the community. We have generated over $1.7 million in TOT revenues since 2019, even with the severe impacts of the pandemic in 2020 and 2021, where our business shrunk over 50%. The good news is we anticipate reaching pre-pandemic revenue levels getting towards the end of the year. Our key strategic initiatives that we're working towards are to promote the city of Carson as a destination city. We are working with the Carson Economic Development Commission and the Major Events Subcommittee to work on creating a tourism improvement district with the goal of creating a marketing entity that focuses on promoting our city as a tourism and travel destination. And thank you for the support, city staff, on that, as well as the members of the commission. We also support the development of the Carson Country Mart and the linked remediation of Cell 2 for the development of the Carson Premium Outlet Mall, the Carson Premium Outlet Mall. This is a key element of making Carson a destination city. Additionally, we see the Small Business Facade Grant Program as a key initiative. And thank you, City Council, for moving this program forward. We look forward to applying for grant funding to increase our renovation scope of work to include outdoor facade, landscaping, signage, and really creating a sense of arrival in the Civic Plaza. We have a vision for the overall beautification of Carson Civic Plaza campus as a whole, including the Carson Event Center, One Civic Plaza, and City Hall area. We see the extraordinary opportunity for marketing and branding our city with improved co-branded signage along the 405 freeway. Just last week, we had the opportunity to meet with Raymond, Bobby, and Victor of the Carson Event Center. We collaborated and shared on a vision for the reimagining of our campus. Finally, Ensemble Hospitality, our ownership group, has been committed to our city from the beginning since we took over the hotel in 2008. One of the examples of our commitment was during COVID to our team members and the community. We used our PPP funds to bring our team back to work. My team and I were able to put a plan together to bring back over 60% of our team members to work safely during the height of the pandemic in the spring and summer of 2020. Everybody that wanted to come back to work could. We continued also during that time with our community support by feeding volunteers at the community center, nurses at Dignity Health Sports Park. We had coordinated blood drive and continued our tradition with our Thanksgiving dinner for Boys and Girls Club of Carson and the Rotary Club. Now, the really exciting part, we continue to reinvest This past Monday, we broke ground on our $7 million rooms and public space renovation.
Awesome.
What you see behind me is a rendering of what our new lobby and front desk, our reimagined lobby and front desk will look like. We're going to renovate our guest rooms, our guest corridors, lobby, meeting rooms, restaurant, and public space. We are also in the planning phase, thanks to city staff, including Eliza Jane, of working towards adding 11 Tesla supercharger stations in the parking lot as well, adjacent to our building. I am very, very proud to be a part of this Carson community over the past 3+ years, and I am really excited to continue to work with our community leaders to move forward initiatives like urban forestry. And I think our collaboration with the business, city, and other leaders in our community can really move this forward. We're gaining some traction. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to share our story and our commitment to our team members, our guests, community partners, and our great city. Thank you, everyone, and I appreciate the time, and also to our public servants. Great job. I wish I saw everybody early this morning at the run this morning. I wish I had my gym shorts to be run with our sheriff's department, but it was great to see them out there early this morning, and we will one day participate in that one event. Thank you, everyone. Any questions?
Well, I just want to say welcome back from vacation. Did you enjoy yourself?
Thank you. I had a couple of different things. There was actually 2 conferences with, one was our hotel group as well as Hilton. So, and I got to spend a little time with Pop in Maryland. So that was good. Thank you.
Look forward.
It's great to be back.
Yeah. Well, we look forward to this new renovation. Thank you. Comments from my colleagues?
I must suggest that I want to tell Ed that I agree. We really appreciate your company's investment in our community. You have a great hotel, and hearing that you're going to make improvements, that's just great news for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll be hearing from you as the renovation moves forward. Item number 7. Yes. MPT.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Ed, I was just going to say how I'm excited about it. We see the growth. We see the excitement at Doubletree. You can walk in there on any given night, and Doubletree is packed. So I believe our community is waiting for it. You guys have a quality restaurant where some restaurants aren't as quality. So I'm looking forward to the upgrade. I'll be a willing participant and supporter for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor President.
Yes.
Ed, every time I see you, it's always better and better, but I'm just so glad the renovations are going to come with more people coming into the actual hotel. I remember I talked about occupancy is over 90%. So I love the idea that we keep this facility packed with people. And I guess to many of our residents, don't forget the cookies are the best and don't change.
Thank you for the cookies. Councilwoman, any comment?
Yes, thank you. Looking forward to the upgrades, and it'll look good when the Olympics are here as well.
Yes.
Absolutely. We'll be primed and poised, ready for them.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. The next item is item number 7. We're going to continue that one, West Basin Municipal Water District. So item number 8 is presentation by MWD regarding the 84-inch pipeline alignment through Carson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. This is John Bednarski from Metropolitan.
Hi, John.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Well, good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. On behalf of Metropolitan Water District, we're pleased to be able to present to you today on our regional recycled water program, specifically to talk about our pipeline alignment evaluation that we've undertaken. You may be familiar with our program. I'm going to briefly describe that. I also, before we start, I want to just acknowledge our project partner. That's this Los Angeles County Sanitation Districts. We've been working together with them since about 2010, 2011 on this program, and we're really excited to be really bringing this to fruition now. And I believe their general manager, Robert Ferrante, is here with us tonight if there's any questions. So next slide, please. So one of our commitments to all of the cities and communities that we'll be working with in this important program is the commitment to work collaboratively with all of these communities, including yours, that are going to be impacted by the construction of this program. So tonight is just one more step in reaching out and really seeking input from all of you, as we will be doing with the other cities and communities. We want to show that we're able to build trust and positive relationships along the way as a way to make this program successful for everybody involved. Next slide. So this is an exciting slide, I think, for the city of Carson. We were just talking about the Doubletree here. This program is really going to put Carson on the map if it hasn't already. In fact, in our industry, this project is already known as the Carson Project. I'll start from left to right with this slide. As you know, the LA County Sanitation Districts has a very large wastewater treatment plant, one of the largest in the country, that successfully treats water and discharges that to the ocean. We are going to be using a portion of their site to build what we call an advanced water treatment plant. So this plant, this state-of-the-art facility, will be located in the city of Carson. We also have an operation right now, and I know a number of you may have been out to it already. I know that Madam Mayor has, and some of her staff, out to our Advanced Purification Center. This is a testing center, a $20 million investment by Metropolitan and the LA County Sanitation Districts to really pioneer new treatment that will allow us to successfully purify water at the wastewater plant, suitable for groundwater replenishment and in the future for raw water augmentation or direct potable reuse. But the treatment plant is only part of the equation. There's also a large pipeline that needs to leave the plant so that we can take water and sell that water to agencies like West Basin, like the city of Torrance, like the city of Long Beach, as we make our way up to the city of Irwindale, where we'll have large spreading basins. So it's critical for us to work closely with your city and your community to figure out what's the best route for this pipeline as it leaves the plant. Pipeline is 50 miles in total length, but about 5 to 6 miles of that will be within the city of Carson. Just as a way of background, this is about a $4 billion program. About 1/4 to 1/3 of that $4 billion will be invested directly in the city of Carson. That's the magnitude of the construction that will take place in the city, with most of it being on the site of the Joint Water Pollution Control Plant, but a significant portion also being with this pipeline that I'll be discussing tonight. Next slide. So this is kind of a very quick overview of the program. You can see down in the bottom left, that's Carson. That's the site of where the water will be purified. And you can see in just kind of a very diagrammatical format, we have our pipeline, the 84-inch pipeline, coming out from the plant, making its way up through what we call the West Coast Basin, the Central Basin, up to the main San Gabriel Basin, and then eventually over to Metropolitan's water treatment plants. Along the way, we'll be dropping off water. Very important that we do that for replenishment of groundwater aquifers. We're working closely with the Water Replenishment District and the main San Gabriel Water Master to coordinate these deliveries, and also working with the other member agencies of Metropolitan, like West Basin, like the City of Torrance, like Central Basin, that will be ultimately purchasing this water from us. So you are focused squarely at the hub at the beginning of this program for a very exciting portion of the project. Next slide. What's the timeline for the program? As I mentioned, we've been working with the LA County Sanitation Districts for almost 10 years now, and we are in what we call the environmental planning stage. So we're doing engineering studies, other technical investigations that are leading us hopefully to a successful completion of the environmental planning process in 2024. Once that's completed, our current plans are then to start design and actual construction of the facilities, which will last about 7 or 8 years. And then finally start up and operations of the facility coming online in approximately 2032. You can see that we've noted the 2028 Olympics on this chart. We know that that's very important to the city of Carson, and that's one of the reasons that we want to work very closely with you to understand the needs around the Olympics and how we can get our facilities designed and constructed before the Olympics come to your town. Next slide, please. So this is a really important slide, and I want to take a couple minutes to go over it because I think this really talks about what is a successful collaboration between Metropolitan, LA County Sanitation Districts, and the city of Carson mean at the end of the day? How do we all get a big win out of this program? Well, certainly there's the issue of water supply reliability. Everybody's heard about the drought. This project is going to be an important contributor to lessening the impacts of climate change in Southern California. So I think that kind of goes without saying, but there are significant benefits from an economic standpoint. And I'm going to work my way kind of from left to right on this chart here. I mentioned it's a $4 billion program, but with that $4 billion of capital investment by both the sanitation districts and by Metropolitan Water District, there's also other economic benefits. We employed the Los Angeles County Economic Development Corporation to do an economic study on this program, and they concluded that there will be nearly $9 billion in total economic output generated by this program, $3.5 billion in just labor income. So imagine all of the workers that come to work at the Carson plant while they're building this facility, while they're building the pipeline in the city of Carson. That's where those labor dollars are spent. Approximately nearly close to 50,000 jobs will be created by this program. And we're excited to hopefully be able to engage Carson residents in the development of this program through the construction. And so the project labor agreement that Metropolitan is currently working on and our workforce development plans that are shown on this slide too are also key to really developing a partnership with Carson to develop workforce labor that's qualified to work on these construction projects within the city of Carson. And we've already talked to Madam Mayor about this and some of the city staff, and Metropolitan is committed to making this work, to set up job fairs where possible, to introduce Carson residents to pre-apprenticeship programs so they can get qualified to be apprentices in the labor trades. There's also the opportunity for the provision of recycled water for irrigation. We've talked with the city staff. We understand that there's a need for recycled water close to the plant for some of the Carson parks. We think that there's a path forward to be able to produce water that can ultimately be used to irrigate some of those areas. We also understand that there is potential concerns for business impacts. When you're building a large diameter pipeline like we are proposing to do, there's going to be impacts to traffic, potential business impacts. We want to work closely with your city to be able to understand those, to be able to work on mitigation efforts where that's necessary, and also just to work with your city to understand how can we improve the infrastructure on those streets that we're working on as we close out those projects to leave them actually better than they were before. We have a strong desire to build the community resources. We have an innovation and research center that's planned for it. We're creating meeting space that would be open to the city of Carson to utilize. We're calling this the Innovation Center for the Advanced Water Treatment Facility. And then finally, we're embarking on school programs. This fall, we'll be embarking on programs here in the city of Carson at the local schools to educate the younger residents of Carson about the importance of water, careers in technical fields, and other things like that. So I think we're really well suited right now to build upon some of the early discussions that we've had so we can have a successful collaboration on this program going forward. Next slide. So let me transition to talk specifically about why we're here tonight, to talk about the pipeline alignment coming out of the plant. The pipeline will leave the joint plant and travel eastbound to get its way out of the city and then move over to Long Beach and Lakewood. But we've done a number of studies so far, and we've shared some of this information with city staff and Madam Mayor. And we've talked about traffic impacts, business access and continuity, potential for street improvements, coordination with other city goals, and certainly with the Olympics. So let's go to the next slide. We've looked at a number of different alignments. I'm going to talk about two that are probably the most important for us. This is the use of Lomita Boulevard and potentially the use of Sepulveda Boulevard. We look first at Lomita Boulevard because we understand that there's a lot of utilities already in that street, and it seemed initially that this would be a good place for our pipeline to go in. But as we started digging deeper into what goes on underneath Lomita Boulevard, we found that it was heavily congested with existing sewer pipelines, gas and oil pipelines, and other water pipelines. It was going to make it tremendously difficult for us to build a water pipeline in that street. There's also evidence of contaminated soils from other activities that have taken place. and potentially affecting up to 3 schools along the alignment there. We also looked at the construction schedule. We would be using a tunneling operation for a portion of that alignment shown in green here. And there would be a need to have the tunnel shafts open for possibly up to 2.5 years. And it would cause the construction to spread out for up to 5 years going along Alameda and then along Alameda Street as we move our way out of Carson. So we look for some other alternatives. If we can go to the next slide. Well, let me see. I think we have a photo of what some of these tunneling pits would look like first. Next slide. Yeah, this would be an example of what one of the tunneling pits would be like. And we're expecting that we would have up to 5 of these, potentially 2 to 3 of them open at any one time along Alameda. So this seemed pretty intrusive to the whole city environment there. And so we look for other alternatives. And if we can go to the next slide. We also looked at Sepulveda Boulevard, and we found that underground, there's relatively few utilities existing presently. We feel that we can get in and out of the construction on Sepulveda Boulevard within about a year to 18 months and basically be out of your hair, and that we would be able to mitigate the impacts to the surface streets and the businesses along that alignment by taking on some of these collaborative engagements that we've talked about. I apologize for the dogs barking in the background. If you can hear that, I really do. It always seems like they start up when I get into my presentation. Let's go to the next slide. And this would be an example of what the construction would look like on Sepulveda Boulevard. There would be a large open trench that would be opened up. The steel pipe would be installed. It would be welded, and then we would backfill that. And we would be looking for then ways to do street restoration. We'd obviously be doing quite a bit of traffic control on Sepulveda Boulevard, and we really want to work with your city staff to understand how best to manage and route that traffic during construction activities. Can we go to the next slide, please? So you have all this information in your board packet, I'm sure, but this slide just kind of summarizes some of our findings from it, the use of either Alameda Boulevard or Sepulveda Boulevard. We think that some of the significant benefits to the utilization of Sepulveda Boulevard is just the much shorter duration of construction. Like I said, we can be out in less than 2 years, have that street paved and looking really good with a nice new median in relatively short time. We recognize that there are some very large businesses there. There's also smaller businesses, and that's where we would have our commitment to working closely with the local businesses and with your offices to make sure that we have proper mitigation measures and potentially, if there are business impacts, of ways to compensate those businesses for any lost revenue during our construction operations. Next slide, please. So what are the next steps? Part of the reason for meeting with you all tonight was to confirm the alignment through the city of Carson. Metropolitan's preference would be to use Sepulveda Boulevard over Alameda Boulevard. We just think it's going to be an easier project to start and finish because of the less underground construction. And then the pipeline would transition to Alameda Street as it moves to the northeast. Metropolitan's committed to working with the city to optimize all of our construction plans. This is just how we do business at Metropolitan. We have a past history of working collaboratively with the city of Carson. About 2 years ago, we had a major pipe relining program that went through your city. And maybe you didn't hear about it, and hopefully that's good news because it went relatively flawless. And that's the type of commitment that we would bring to this program also. We're committed to minimizing the potential construction impacts. We have a number of utility investigations that we'd like to get on with. So if we do get consensus that Sepulveda is the right street to use, then we'd like to begin those underground investigations as soon as we can. And then, of course, we want to continue our coordination with the city of Carson. There is a huge opportunity for potential jobs development, for utilizing local talent on our construction projects. We want to have a conversation with you, with labor, and with contractors about how we can best make that happen. We want to address potential impacts to the small businesses and the large businesses also, and then look for opportunities for innovation and outreach efforts. So I think that's my last slide. I tried to move pretty quickly, Madam Mayor, just because I know you have a very, very busy schedule. And I'll turn it over to you and any of your council people that have questions.
John, I want to thank you for this presentation. I have met with you several times, and you've incorporated many of my requests and staff's requests into this report. And so the city manager will be taking us to the next step. But this is a big project, and it's called the Carson. project.
We're actually going through a naming process now, but I think the Carson project will remain on the tip of everybody's tongues for a long time.
I think so, because it's in our great city, and we want to have our name on it. But I did want my colleagues to have an opportunity to see this presentation. I do want to make sure that everyone gets a copy of your presentation, because this is a big project that's in our city. And I want to thank also Eliza Jane and all the staff that was involved. We've had several meetings, visited the site. So I'm going to open it up for my colleagues to have a few questions, but this will be coming back before the city council to approve the route. We did, and looking at Lamita, the residents over there have been impacted so much already. And, I just could not sit up here and say that Lamita was the best route, and it takes longer to construct. So colleagues, you have questions or?
Yeah, I do.
Yes. Councilman Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, John, for that presentation. My biggest concern, and I know the residents will be contacting me at some point in time, in regards to the length of time that you will be on Sepulveda doing the actual trenching, and from the onset to get to Alameda, how long is that process going to take?
We're expecting, and great questions, we're expecting that it will take us between 12 to 15 months to move from the plant site down to Alameda. And we'll be moving, we won't have the whole street open at one time. We'll be moving in a sequential manner. So you won't see one long trench for 2 miles. We will not let our contractors do that. They'll have to open up smaller portions and work and then move down.
Okay, thank you. That was my question. My biggest one was that one, because I know the shopping center is over there now that we have the other Albertsons. I mean, not Albertsons, but yeah, Albertsons that closed down, and now we only have the one on Sepulveda. That's going to become the major store for a period of time. Traffic is going to be heavier on that location. So.
And they also incorporated, and that has to be worked out, lost revenue for our small businesses, because that was a big concern, and how the Home Depot and Albertson would be affected. And there's a number of small businesses that we do not want to lose. And so they're coming up with a compensation plan after they meet with them to see how we can not lose any more small businesses in our city.
And what outreach, just another question, thank you for that, Madam Mayor, outreach work is going to be due, because you do have a senior center program that's on Sepulveda, notifying them, because it's horrible for anybody, but I can't get out, I can't get in, and that's going to be a big issue as well.
Yes, we have a very robust outreach program planned for this program in general, but most importantly, as we get started through Carson, that's where we're going to really test it out. But I want to assure you that we have very experienced people at Metropolitan. We have very experienced consultants that work with us, and we are very knowledgeable on how to get out and engage people early, well before the construction starts. We're not going to show up, Friday night and construction is going to start on Monday morning and start trying to get the word out. This will happen literally months ahead of time, so that people know what's coming, what to expect, and who they can call if they have a problem. We expect people to be calling our resident engineers, the people managing the construction in the field, directly with any issues that come up.
All right, thanks. I'm complete, Mayor.
MPT.
Yes, thanks, John. You highlighted that this will be a local hire component to it. And, they're forecasting the economy may shift. So public projects like this ensures that our community is covered during times like this. What trades are you working with? Have you made ways with the building trades?
Yes, as I mentioned in my presentation, Metropolitan's board authorized staff to negotiate a project labor agreement with the building trades from 5 of the counties within Metropolitan service area. So we're certainly looking at the LA County building trades, but you'd be looking at pipe fitters, laborers, operating engineers, just a whole host of different folks that would be involved in building both a water treatment plant and also building pipelines. It's an aspirational goal to engage the Carson residents in this program, but we've already talked with the mayor about this, and we understand the importance of that. And so we're ready to try and facilitate that process of getting the word out to your community of opportunities. If people are already qualified to be on those jobs, how they can respond to them. If they have a desire to be in construction as a career, is there a way to get them into pre-apprenticeship programs so that they can become qualified? This is going to be something novel, but we're willing to do the heavy lifting on that to try and make it work and work closely with you and report back on progress on that.
Thank you so much. I think the local hire component is very important. And I know that there are a number of trades that are actually wanting to be in Carson, coming to be in Carson. So we look for that. So this is exciting. Thank you, John.
Yes, thank you.
And that was one of my top requests, and that at least 30% of these jobs that our residents, even if they are not qualified, they're trained in the apprenticeship program so they can move on, because these are good paying jobs. And that's why I said, John, you answered a lot of my questions, and you put into your proposal requests that were made and training and jobs for Carson, because we cannot just be, as I've said it before, the city that has this project and we're not benefiting from it financially for our residents.
Yes, we understand that, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilwoman.
Yes. Thank you, John, for that presentation. I may have missed it. What are the hours of operation that we're going to that affect the traffic?
Yeah, Councilwoman Rojas, that is still to be determined, but I would imagine that most of this work is certainly on the pipeline would take place during daylight hours. We're not looking at doing work around the clock on something like this, but that would all be developed as we get a little bit closer into the project. But we would keep, your city manager and your public works director engaged in that process to make sure if there are some windows that we need to keep open or whatever, that we'd work with you to do that.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Councilman Deere.
Yes, thank you, MOC. John, very good presentation, very clear and to the point. I'm delighted to hear that a PLA has already been negotiated. You might know my brother. He's a director on West Basin Water District and formerly on the Metropolitan Board as well, Don Deere.
Yes.
So in addition to the pipe trades and of course the LA Orange County Building Trades Council, we also have traffic control businesses located in Carson, owned by Carson residents, employing Carson residents and union members. I know that traffic control is pretty important with a project of this magnitude because Sepulveda Boulevard is a very, very busy street with lots and lots of trucks and lots of residential traffic combined. So it's going to be pretty disruptive, but if managed correctly, it can be done. Now, there's pros and cons to operating at night. I mean, on the freeways, they operate at night because obviously there's fewer cars on the freeway, but they don't have residents that they disrupt when they do that. So sometimes in some locations that have no residents, you might want to operate at nighttime. I know it costs more money to do that because you got to pay your people night wages, but I'm sure you're approaching this in a manner that is going to be very cooperative with our city staff and our community. It's a very important project. It's economically very healthy for our city, but the quality of life of our residents is number one for us. We all represent them on the city council. It goes primarily through District 4, which is Councilmember Rojas's district. And then it goes up into Alameda Street into District 3, and it goes into District 2 as well. That's where the San District's located. So once the Sepulveda, let's assume Sepulveda is the route, not Alameda Boulevard. Once that Sepulveda length is completed, which you say may take 18 months or longer, then there'll be no more disruption on Sepulveda. It'll be paved over and traffic will flow freely, and then you'll be working on the Alameda Street segment. Is that how you plan to do it?
That's correct. And I think one of our internal goals, Councilman Deere, is to make this one of our early construction activities on the entire program so that we can get the pipeline into Sepulveda and Alameda and be finished before the Olympics get to Carson. So we've kind of targeting being done by 2027, well ahead of time if we can, but certainly no later than the middle of 28 when the Olympics come into town. If I could just add one other thing, you mentioned the small businesses. We have a very, very robust small business program at Metropolitan. On contracts like these, we would be expecting about 25% participation by small business enterprises. And you're right, traffic control would be one of those areas that we would expect our general contractors to look for small business participation in these kinds of projects, and many other things like dirt hauling, water trucks, all those kind of things that can be run by relatively small businesses. So again, we hold our contractors' feet to the fire that they meet those small business obligations on all of our construction contracts.
Well, I know a lot of small businesses in those categories. I'm a very pro-organized labor person, a union member myself, come from a union family, you might know. So I'd like to be able to give those small businesses an opportunity to at least bid on the project and have a chance at getting some of the work. And,
yes.
Who should I talk to, you or someone else on your staff, to give those names?
If you contact me directly, I will pass you on to our small business opportunities office. Okay. We have an individual there, and as we get closer to construction, we'll be doing outreach to the small business community to let them know that this is coming, that they should be engaging with the larger contractors, and being able to participate on these types of work.
Excellent. That's very good. Okay. The next question is, since it's going to be an open trench partially, and most of Paul, it looks like from the green line, it's going to be tunneling. Well, tunneling, is complicated. It's an engineering feat that, if done right, it's very successful, but it does take time. Yes. I know that because my house is on Figueroa Street, and the Sanitation District has a project that's been going on for years and years, and then it got complicated with an additional project unrelated to the first one. And that's 2 projects going on Figueroa. So it is getting a little burdensome for the residents on Figueroa Street because it's going on for so long. And then it does make dust and noise, and San District's been very good about coming out when I call them and addressing the issues of, in their case, odor, as well as dust and noise for the residents. So you're going to have a program to mitigate all of that with this pipeline, I'm sure. Correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are going to be developing through the environmental process mitigation measures, and then as we do the design of the project, additional mitigation measures, traffic control, dust control, noise control, all that will be clearly outlined, and the contractor will have to meet those expectations. And I expect that we'll be working with your city staff to help develop those guidelines.
No, very good, because of course there should be a hotline for the public, but in addition to that, an additional contact person for our city staff to contact, or even elected officials for the 5 of us to contact. If we have a constituent calling us, we want to be able to get some contact with the right people who have the authority to make decisions if there is a local issue on Sepulveda.
That's correct.
Okay, very good. Well, again, John, thank you for the presentation. You answered my questions. I'm sure I'm going to have more questions over the next year. So when would you project, I know you can't say for sure, but starting the actual construction project itself, once it's decided on the route and the contractor, et cetera?
So we have to complete the environmental planning process first. And right now our schedule is to return to our board in early 2024, have our board certify the environmental document. My hope is that we will be already near completion of the design of this pipeline by then, so that we can start construction maybe in late 2024 or early 2025.
Very good. Okay, I know you showed us a timeline at the beginning of your presentation. I wanted to emphasize it again for the public that may be listening. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
John,
thank you,
thank you, everyone. John, make sure that you get a copy over to our city manager of this report so he can produce it for my colleagues, please.
Okay, very good.
Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Robert, I don't know if you're here. Hi, Robert.
I'm here.
I know you are.
Meeting.
just want to thank you for working with me and the city staff on this and bringing this all together with John. So I appreciate you very much.
Absolutely. And thank you for the support. And anytime.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
All right.
The next will be a proclamation recognizing Juneteenth. Councilman MPT Hilton, I'm going to have you to read that. Diane Thomas and Mike Whitaker is here to receive it. And if I'm not mistaken, on the agenda tonight is to approve it as a holiday for the city staff. If I'm not correct, Mr. City Manager.
That's correct, Madam Mayor. It's later on in your agenda, but yes.
Thank you. So I was questioned, but I said it's on the agenda for tonight. So MPT, the floor is yours.
Yes, Madam Mayor. This is a proclamation recognizing June 19th, 2022, and Juneteenth. Whereas Juneteenth is the oldest nationally celebrated commemoration of the ending of slavery in the United States, making this year as its 157th anniversary. Juneteenth commemorates June 19, 1865, when Union General Gordon Granger read federal orders in Galveston, Texas, that all previously enslaved people in Texas were free. And whereas, although the Emancipation Proclamation had formally freed slaves, almost 2.5 years earlier, on January 1st, 1863, through the passing of the Emancipation Proclamation, Texas was the most remote of the slave states, with low presence of Union troops, so enforcement of the proclamation had been slow and inconsistent. And whereas the celebration of Juneteenth dates back to 1866, first involving church-centered community gatherings in Texas, it spread across the South and became more observed in 1920 and 1930. Juneteenth grew in recognition again in the 1970s, with a focus on African-American freedom and arts. By the 21st century, Juneteenth was celebrated in most major cities across the United States. And whereas Juneteenth is a time of reassuring one another, whether it's to be through prayer and gathering of family members and friends, it continues to be highly revered, a celebration all over the United States with a range of activities, but almost always focused on education and self-empowerment. And whereas a number of local and national institutions, such as the Smithsonian, the Henry Ford Museum, and other sponsors Juneteenth-centered activities, a number of local and national Juneteenth organizations have arisen, and with the mission to promote and cultivate knowledge and appreciation of African-American history and culture. Whereas today, Juneteenth celebrates African-American freedom and achievement while encouraging continuous self-development and respect for all cultures. This year, Juneteenth has taken a more national, symbolic, and global perspective. The events that took place in Texas are not forgotten, for all of the roots tie back to June 19, 1865, with a National Day of Pride is growing. And whereas the future of Juneteenth looks bright, as the number of cities, states creating committees continues to increase, respect and appreciation for our differences grow out of exposure and working together. Getting involved and supporting Juneteenth celebration creates a new bond of friendship and understanding among us that brings our future. And it's in the spirit of Juneteenth, and whereas as of June 17th, 2021, President Joe Biden declared Juneteenth a federal legal holiday. A number of states also recognize it as a state legal holiday, and most states honor it as a day of observance. Whereas on Saturday, June 18, 2022, at 11 o'clock, the city of Carson joins the nation in commemorating Juneteenth at Mills Park with a theme, the best history lesson ever. Now, therefore, the mayor and city council of Carson of California do hereby recognize June 19, 2022 as the 157th anniversary of Juneteenth, and urge all residents, government officials, educators, and other institutions to recognize this significant day in American history, and to mark this month with special ceremonies, activities, and programs in the spirit of Juneteenth. Dated this day, the 8th day of June, and it's presented to Diane Thomas and Mike Whitaker.
Ms. Thomas, are you there? Diane?
Yes, I am. I wanted to take myself off mute.
Oh, okay.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah, thank you. I needed an answer back on that. First of all, let me just say I am honored to be here this evening to accept this proclamation by the City Council. I want to thank our Mayor, Lula Davis Holmes, for all of the work that she has done in supporting this holiday. Thank our Mayor Pro Tem, and of course, all of our council members. Carson is one of the cities in Southern California, probably that has been celebrating Juneteenth many, many years. With the Carson Citizens Cultural Arts Foundation, 12 years ago, we were formed as a nonprofit and took over the celebration of Juneteenth when the city was unable at that time to financially support the event. And of course, in the passing of time, the city has been able to step back in and support this event. I want to thank the council for continuing to support this event. It is extremely important to the African Americans throughout this country, as was stated, recognized by our own President of the United States. So I am so honored not only to be a part of the celebrations annually. As was stated, we have the 18th that we will be celebrating here in Carson. We're inviting all of the residents of Carson to attend, but we also know that we attract people from all over because it is one of the best celebrated holidays, Juneteenth. Carson does it better than anyone else. It's just that simple. And so we have a reputation that we uphold, and we continue to uphold that reputation. And I want to also thank the staff, the city staff that goes out. I mean, they go all the way. Those people who are reporting to, and I'm sure he will speak, Michael Whitaker, we have done a number of projects over the years, and each year it just gets, and I know this is not correct English, but it gets gooder and gooder and gooder. It's just excellent, and I'm proud to be a part of that. And I appreciate the invitation to be with you tonight to accept this certificate, this proclamation on behalf of the residents of the city of Carson. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will make sure you have that to present at the Juneteenth celebration on Saturday, the 18th.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Now, Mike, take yourself off mute and you can have your say.
I want to say thank you as well to our mayor, who has done a tremendous job, along with the other council members, of providing all of these services that we have been able to produce for the city of Carson. It has been a labor of love, definitely, for all of the years that we have provided the programs and services here in the city of Carson. And this one will be no different. We have a great show that we're going to provide on the 18th of this month for our Juneteenth celebration. And this one is always going to be one of the top because it's going to be a little bit sweeter because this one also comes with our first holiday for the Juneteenth holiday. And so we want to appreciate all the things that our council has done and they have provided for us. And I want to thank you for being a part of this with Miss Diane Thomas. We have done some tremendous work for the city of Carson in regards to all of our programs in the past. And like I stated before, definitely come out and support this event because it's going to be one of our biggest. So we want to thank everyone for participating in the events that we provide. But more than that, we want to thank our council for also standing behind us and pushing us forward. So thank you as well.
Thank you. Thank you too for accepting that. The next we have a proclamation recognizing the anniversary of the Philippine Independence Day celebration. It will be accepted by Alex Ganglet and Fred Doxel. Councilwoman.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Yes, so this proclamation is in recognition of the 124th anniversary of the Philippine Independence Day. Whereas on June 4th, 2022, the Filipino American community will celebrate the 124th anniversary of the Philippine independence. And on this occasion, it is appropriate to recognize and commemorate the contributions that the Filipino American citizens have made to our nation. And whereas the Philippine Act of Declaration was proclaimed by the Filipino Revolutionary Forces of General Emilio Aguinaldo on June 12, 1898, in the town of Cavite El Viejo, known as Cavite, located in the Philippine province of Cavite. It established the sovereignty and independence of the Philippine Islands from Spanish colonial rule after the American and Filipino Revolutionary Forces defeated Spain in the Battle of Manila Bay during the Spanish-American War. And whereas through the 1898 Treaty of Paris, Spain ceded the Philippines to the United States, officially ending the Spanish-American War. The United States government did not recognize the Philippine independence until the signing of the Treaty of Manila on July 4th, 1946. And whereas for nearly 2 decades, July 4th was observed in the Philippines as Independence Day until President Diosdado Magpagakal, upon the advice of the historians and the urging of nationalists, signed the Republican Act number 4166 into law on August 4th, 1964. The act designated June 12th as Philippine Independence Day, which had been previously observed as Flag Day. And whereas, as the Filipino diaspora influenced the United States, Filipino Americans became very involved in the communities and made numerous contributions in all aspects of American society and culture, especially in California. Whereas, I've got this here. Here we go. Whereas many people of Filipino descent have contributed to great movements that have helped to shape our country and its role in the world, including the late Larry Dulay Itliong, labor organizer and the first president of the United Farm Workers Union, the late Philip Villacruz, co-founder of the United Farm Workers Union, and the late Carlos Bulasan, one of the first Filipino-American novelists to gain fame for his work. And whereas many Filipino Americans have served with distinction as outstanding soldiers who fought as members of the United States Armed Forces for over a century and have sacrificed their lives in many wars, including World War II. And whereas today there are approximately 4.2 million people of Filipino American descent, many of whom have played vital roles in the development of the United States and have paved the way for Filipino Americans to continue to strengthen their roles in the broader society and to contribute the American and California politics, economy, and culture. And whereas the city of Carson is proud to recognize the following Filipino American organizations in our community: the Philippine Independence Day Foundation, Filipino Community of Carson, Southern California Allied Neighborhood, Erasto and Batong Malake Foundation, Kayumangi Lions Club, Dreamers and Visionaries of South Bay, Fleet Reserve Association of Carson Branch and Unit 302, Filipino American Chamber of Commerce and South Bay, Los Angeles area, and the Confederation of Filipino American Association. Now, therefore, the mayor and the city of council, California, in Carson, California, in honor of the multitude of contributions that Filipino Americans have made to make the better country and state for all people, recognize that 124th anniversary of Philippine independence and call upon the citizens of Carson to observe the month of June with appropriate ceremonies, programs, and activities. And on this day, the 8th day of June, 2022. And I would like to first congratulate my partners, Alex Kainglet and Fred Docdolcel, and the rest of the Philippine Independence Day for a successful event just this past weekend. So thank you and congratulations. And Mayor.
Thank you very much. Alex and Fred, are you there?
Yes.
We're here.
Madam Mayor, Councilwoman Arlene Rojas, thank you for that proclamation. On behalf of the Philippine Independence Day Celebration Foundation and many other organizations, I'm truly honored to receive this proclamation on behalf of our community. Mayor and the City Council and Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to thank you for your leadership because you promote diversity in our community. We are unique as such that we are the only city I know of that promote Philippine Independence Day as a city event. So for that reason, we are honored to receive this. I want to thank the staff, the City of Carson, particularly the director, Mike Whitaker, for his leadership and allowing us to work with him. And it went smoothly. And, we still have some issues that we need to deal with. But working with Mike and his staff was truly an honor. Also, I would like to specifically thank Jose Pina. He stepped up. He came in very last quarter because Sal has to leave the community, his employment. But Jose Pina and his staff did a yeoman's job. So for that reason, we are very grateful and we're very honored to be the flagship of this celebration, the Philippine Independence Day. Similarly to the Juneteenth celebration committee, the cultural committee, we went through the same process. I think we mirrored exactly what they do because it's a collaboration between the city and a private organization, a nonprofit organization. So again, our city, we should be proud. We promote diversity in all aspects of our community. Mayor and the City Council, we thank you and we honor you for what you do for our community. And mabuhay, salamat, at good evening.
Thank you. Fred.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Can you all hear me? It still says I'm muted. Okay, so thank you so much for the support of the Philippine Independence Day celebration. As Alex mentioned, this is unique in that it is a city event, and we do have the community supporting us. So we sincerely appreciate this honor. This is the largest and the longest running celebration of Philippine culture in the city of Carson. So thank you so much for everything that you all do. And as the captain mentioned earlier, there was a lot of good food. And despite the fact that Mayor was at a mayor's conference, she was still able to support us, albeit virtually, when she phoned in. And the rest of City Council and City staff definitely was very, very helpful in preparing for a successful event. So sincerely appreciate everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much for receiving that, and we will be talking soon. You guys did a phenomenal job, and I was not there. But duty calls. Thank you. The next on the agenda, I'm going to insert something because the young lady has to leave, is the chair of Tina Keeley. Is she here? Tina? Oh, yes, you are.
I'm here.
Hi, Tina.
Hi.
Tina, I have a proclamation in recognizing June as Pride Month. I know we talked about this and it was not on the agenda, but I wanted to make sure we start to wait until next week, but then the month will be over. So I would like you to do this, and I know we're going to be presenting it on Saturday also. But proclamation in recognition of June as Pride Month. Whereas the uprising at the Stonewall Inn in June 1969 sparked a liberation movement, a call to action that continues to inspire us to live up to our nation's promise of equality, liberty, and justice for all. Pride is a time to recall the trials of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ plus community has endured, and to rejoice in the triumphs of trailblazing individuals who have bravely fought and continue to fight for full equality. Whereas Pride Month is both a jubilant communal celebration of visibility and personal celebrations of self-worth and dignity, the Pride Month we recognize the valuable contributions of the LGBTQ plus individuals across America, and we affirm our commitment to standing in solidarity with LGBTQ plus Americans in their ongoing struggle against discrimination and injustice. And whereas for all our progress, there are so many states in which the LGBT community plus individuals still lack protections from fundamental rights and dignity in hospitals, schools, public accommodations, and other spaces, our nation continues to witness a tragic spike in violence against transgender women of color. LGBTQ plus individuals, especially youth who defy sex or gender norms, facing bullying and harassment in educational settings, and are at the disappropriate risk of self-harm and death by suicide. Some states have chosen actively target transgender youth through discriminatory bills that defy our nation's values of inclusivity and freedom for all. And whereas our nation also continues to face tragic levels of violence against transgender people, especially transgender women of color, ending violence and discrimination against the LGBTQ plus community demands our continuous focus and diligence. And whereas the LGBTQ plus rights are human rights, hence the City of Carson is affirming its commitment to supporting those on the front lines of equality and democracy movement around the world, often at great risk. We see you, we support you, and we are inspired by your courage to accept nothing less than full equality. And whereas during LGBTQ plus Pride Month, we recognize the resilience and determination of many individuals who are fighting to live freely and authentically. In doing so, they are opening hearts and minds and laying the foundation for a more just and equitable America. The Pride Month, we affirm our obligation to uphold the dignity of all people and dedicate ourselves to protecting the most vulnerable among us. Therefore, the Mayor of the City Council of Carson, California, do hereby proclaim June 22nd as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month, and call upon our citizens to recognize the achievements of the LGBTQ plus community, to celebrate the great diversity of the American people, and to wave their flags in pride. It's dated today, June 8th, 2022, and our chair of our Human Relations Commission is here to accept the award, and we will be presenting it later also. Tina Keeley.
Thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Temp and City Council. Good to see everybody. I do accept this award for the Human Relations Commission, and we will be presenting it as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll see you Saturday.
I'll see everybody Saturday.
The next is National Men's Health Month. Cedric Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. National Men's Health Month. Whereas National Men's Health Month is a congressional health education program celebrated across the country in the month of June with screenings, health fairs, and other outreach activities. And whereas despite advances in medical technology and research, men continue to live an average of 5 years less than women, with American Indian and African American men having the lowest life expectancy. And whereas educating the public and healthcare providers about importance of a healthy lifestyle and early detection of male health problems will result in reducing rates of mortality from diseases. And whereas men who are educated about the values of that productive health can play a prolonged life role in the productive family members will be more likely to participate in a healthy screening. Whereas fathers who maintain a healthy lifestyle are male role models for their children and have happier children. Whereas during the month of June 2022, Men Health Month will focus on a broad range of men's health issues, including heart disease, diabetes, prostate, testicular, and colon cancer. Whereas the citizens of Carson are encouraged to increase awareness of the importance of healthy lifestyle, regular exercise, and medical checkups. Whereas the month of June is an opportunity to educate men, boys, and their families about the importance of positive health attitudes and preventive health practices. Now, therefore, the mayor and the city council, city of Carson, California, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2022 as National Men's Health Month. Recognize Providence Little Company of Mary Medical Center for all their contributions and to the community, and observe this month with appropriate programs and activities to heighten the awareness of preventable health programs and encourage early detection and treatment of diseases and encourage nationwide involvement. Dated today, the 8th day of June 2022, and is signed by the entire city council. And we do have a representative from Providence Little Company, and it's Sanji. Is he here?
Yeah, I'm here. Hey, Councilmember Hicks, this is Sajid from Little Company Mary. How are you doing?
How are you doing?
I'm great.
Good. Just wanted to give a little bit history about what you guys are doing a little at Providence and what's happening for our residents here in the South Bay area.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Hicks, and respectable City Council. Thank you so much for the recognition. We appreciate it. I've got just a couple quick slides. If the host could tee those up, I'll just walk through that. While that's coming up, just a quick introduction. My name is Sajid. I represent Little Company of Mary, which has campuses both in Torrance and San Pedro. I actually am a South Bay native. This next line might make me a friend or a rival, depending on which way you lean, but I'm a graduate from Narbonne High School, class of '94. So okay. Representing the Gauchos.
I gotta leave.
It's okay. I was there last week during substitute teaching in Narbonne High.
Awesome. Well, it's good to be back in the South Bay. I left away from college. I graduated from UC Irvine with background in economics, and then went back to UCLA for my MBA, and I've been at Providence for the last 2 years. I've spent 20 years in healthcare in institutions such as Kaiser, DaVita, and a few other health systems. So I'm very grateful for this opportunity. I think one of my colleagues, we call them caregivers at Providence, Ms. Catrice Nakamura, who leads our neuroscience service line, was at a stroke open house. And I think in that stroke open house at Carson City Hall, where we are honoring stroke survivors and our community partners, including our fire departments, our police departments, and the members of the EMS, we were able to connect with members of the city council. So really, really glad to be here. As Councilmember Hicks alluded to, we have a significant number of programs that are dedicated to men's health. I've got a couple slides if the host could share that. Otherwise, I'm happy to share my screen. All right, there we go. So if you could just advance to the next slide, I want to just outline some of the items that we have with neuroscience first, which was where this introduction was made. If we go to the next page. The neuroscience service line that we've got at Little Company Mary in Torrance, it's run by a neuroscience institute that's actually ranked top 1% in the US. So we are a comprehensive stroke center where we have the ability to take care of all sorts of neuroscience issues, from brain tumors all the way to strokes, as well as movement disorders. Do you mind just going to the next page? I've got that information loaded there. And Kevin Kennedy, if you can just advance to the next page.
Can you see that it's advancing? I can see it's advancing on my side. Is it not on yours?
How many slides does he have?
Just 3.
Let me see if I can make this. It's a big file. Let me shrink it for a second.
Because we can have him to come back and do a full presentation at a future meeting.
Madam Mayor, I can go quickly to this.
Okay.
So neuroscience was an area that we've got. We also treat cardiovascular, where we have the American Heart Association Gold Award. We have a partnership with USC CT surgeons. So if you do need open heart surgery, our goal is to keep care in the South Bay. So that program has been at Providence Little Company over the last 4 years. And then we also do heart screening. So as Councilmember Hicks mentioned, prevention is key here. So you can have electrocardiograms, you can do all sorts of different screenings to help with the prevention of heart disease. Next slide is just talking about a few other programs we've got. We've got bariatrics and weight loss. So there's a surgical approach for weight loss, and obesity is the #1 driver for all disease. So we do have options through a couple of our physicians where we are a center of excellence. Robotics in urology is another key area where we've got some very cutting edge procedures. In fact, we're the first one in South Bay to do aquablation that treats disorders of the prostate. And then right across from your city hall, we've got our Providence clinic right on Avalon and Carson, where we have some of our physicians who really specialize in diabetes prevention. Again, another leading cause of many disorders. So they specialize in prevention of diabetes. And then cancer, we have a partnership with City of Hope, where we provide, academic level cancer care. And then the last slide just goes over for all the athletes out there, orthopedics and spine. So anytime you've got joint replacements, knees, hips, sprains, shoulders, getting you back up to your full capacity and capability, we do offer some technology advancements and innovation with robots, where the robots will map out the site of surgery and keep a very stable view of that. And then we also have orthopedics for spine for any back pain issues. So again, I'm glad to make these connections. Thank you again to Councilmember Hicks, and Providence Little Company Mary is happy to be your provider, and we're part of your community. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will be having our staff get in contact with you for our women's conference. I've been trying to contact someone. It's in October, so we'll get your contact information from the Councilman Hicks. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for coming out and being a part of our community.
My pleasure. Good to be back in the South Bay.
Welcome home. Madam City Clerk, no. Is there any oral communications for matters listed on the agenda from the public?
Yes, Madam Mayor. There is one person in the queue waiting, and then we did receive one in writing via email as well.
Okay.
I'll let the caller in first, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Good evening, caller. You've been added to the live meeting. I do not see your phone number listed. However, you are in the live. Yeah.
That's me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Okay, good evening.
Yes,
yeah,
are
good
you
evening.
here?
This is I'm here to speak today on some items on the agenda.
Yeah,
okay. 3 minutes. Yes, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Madam Clerk, it's hard to hear the speaker. Can you get him to speak louder?
Sure, speaker. We're having some difficulties hearing you. I don't know if maybe you could project a little louder, if possible.
Okay, will do. Hello, good evening, everybody. Buenas noches. This is Ricardo Polito, environmentalist and community activist for many years, homeowner, and block captain here in the city of Carson. I just wanted to comment on item 27, SB1, the road repair issue. That's excellent. I'm so glad to hear this is happening right now. Really long overdue, but perfect timing for us right now, especially in our beautification projects of the city of Carson. As you know, the Environmental Commission is working on getting beautification for trees, for landscapes, mediums, for all of our parkways. We really want to enhance, especially in the south here in District 2 and 4. Also on that item, hopefully this road repairs on all the truck veins, the truck routes, they need dire repair here on 220th, 223rd, Sepulveda, and all the way up to Carson Street in Maine, Figueroa, and Avalon in between. Item 32, the Green Streets. Again, excellent project. Thank you to the city manager for catching this and moving on it so quickly. Green Streets, as you know, is what we are doing all over the United States now, especially here where the Fort Runners. We need more recycling materials for all of our Green Street repairs and for our streets, so thank you on that. Also, trees here in the south, I mentioned it before. I would like to see the 2,000 trees that our disparity issue is still there. We need to put trees in over in District 2 and 4. Last thing I'd like to talk about is truck idling. We have signs that are available. We had a great presentation at the Environmental Commission the other day, and Robina will probably be talking later, and one of my other colleagues from the commission will be talking. These are truck idling signs that are at no cost to the city through CARB and AQMD. They're putting up all over the different truck routes within the South Bay area, and this is perfect timing for us to put up some truck idling signs, especially on the main veins over by the 157 acre, which is going to become a bottleneck and a problem when hopefully not, but it's possible. We need to put up these signs so people will be cognizant, and especially the truck drivers and the firms will realize that we are watching them. And it would be no cost to the city. It's excellent for our environment, and I think it's perfect timing. So thank you very much. God bless you all. Happy Father's Day to everybody. Happy Grandfather's Day and Great Grandfather's Day to everybody. Peace be with you all, and enjoy. God bless. Keep up the great work. The community is here for you guys. Thank you very much. Ricardo Polito signing out. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you have one more, Madam City Clerk.
Madam Mayor, there's now 2 more people in the queue.
Okay.
Good evening to the caller, phone number ending in 9743. You've been added to the live meeting. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Tommy Falvay. I'm here to talk on consent item number 35. And I just wanted to urge support for this item moving forward when it comes to EV charging stations. Under the contract services agreement, that ChargePoint will provide EV charging stations. They have partnered with our signatory IBEW contractor, Baker Electric, to perform the EV charging installation. I understand that the city is looking at installing over 100 plus EV charging ports across citywide in the city. And I just wanted to thank the city staff and the city council on moving forward when it comes to reducing carbon emissions and following through when it comes to good environmental standards. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I will add the next person. Okay, caller ending in phone number 6091. You've been added to the live meeting. Please unmute yourself when you're ready.
Hello?
Yes, hello, we can hear you. Yes, you're in the live meeting.
Hi, good evening. My name is Brisa Sotelo Vargas, and I am calling on behalf of Valero. I'm calling on item number 37, which is not on the consent calendar. Is this an okay time to speak, or would you like me to hold on?
No, it's an agenda item. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you for asking.
Great, thank you. Thank you again. My name is Brisa Sotelo Vargas. I'm the Director of Community Relations and Government Affairs for Valero Wilmington Refinery. I'd like to, again, extend my thank you to allowing me to speak today to the mayor and to all city council members, which I will say I have spoken to in the past with regards to item number 37, which is a franchise renewal of Valero's pipeline. I'd start off by saying that, we had this item on the agenda to be heard yesterday, and I understand there was a move because of elections, and that's great. So I know that we're covered under the charter on that. I just wanted to make that clear in case that may have confused any of the residents, that we are happy to be here today. I want to talk about this franchise renewal, which we've had for the past 25 years, and are ready to appropriate or redo that again with the city. We've been working well with your staff, with Robert Lee and JR have been phenomenal in helping us get this through. It is a pipeline that goes only about 100 feet off through Sepulveda. And I know you guys were talking about Sepulveda earlier, but it is a pipeline that goes and carries some of our hydrocarbons, very small in feet. I'd like to talk also about the safety and integrity and inspections that we do on an annual basis. This pipeline is inspected 26 formal times by CAL FIRE, and that information is submitted to Los Angeles County Fire as well. We on our own also do weekly informal visits to the line. We inspect it, making sure that nobody's digging around it, that the integrity is there, that the infrastructure looks okay, and always document that as well. We also have a 1 yearly huge inspection by CAL FIRE that they do on their own, making sure again that this hasn't been out of line and the infrastructure still has its integrity, and verify that every 5 years. We do hydro testing, and we do that by getting rid of hydrocarbons, and we pump in at least 1,000 pounds of water, which is 3 times the amount it can hold, just to make sure that this is still working. We have cathodic protections, readings, and so on. So I just want to make sure you understand that this is important to us, and that we take safety very seriously and are constantly checking, and make sure that on our own we do the inspections as well, besides the 26 mandated inspections that CAL FIRE does. That said, I'd like to again thank the staff for working with us, and we hope that. Right, thank you. Are there any questions for me?
Any questions from my colleagues?
Madam Mayor, if I may interject really quick, I made a mistake. Item 37 was a public hearing item.
Yes, it is.
And
that is correct.
I granted her permission to speak without noticing that was actually a public hearing item. So I just wanted to apologize and make that clarification.
I'm going to move it up on the agenda now that she's spoken anyway, so.
Okay.
Okay. If you want to hang around, I'm going to move it up after these next items that I move up. Brisa?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I will hold.
Thank you. Any comments from my colleagues?
Madam Mayor, this is a fairly routine and standard practice for us to make sure that the taxpayers of Carson get the benefit of the franchise fees from these pipelines that are under our streets. And I know that the safety record for Altamar is apparently very good, according to staff. And so it doesn't seem too controversial from my perspective. It looks like a appropriate thing for us to agree to.
Okay, why don't I do this, because we're on this item, and open the public hearing. And it's a public hearing to consider adopting ordinance number 2212, an ordinance of the city of Carson, California, to grant a non-public utility pipeline franchise to Altamar Incorporated. Madam City Clerk, was it properly posted?
Yes, Madam Mayor. We do have proof of the timely publication from our office. The notice of applicant was received and confirmed by staff via email. The posting requirements were met by the individual's organization, and the posting affidavits are on file here in our office.
Thank you. Staff presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have a brief report by our Public Works Director, Eliza Jane Whitman.
Actually, is Robert Lee available to highlight any of this, or JR?
I had not asked Robert to be at this meeting because no one at the staff asked me for that. So sorry about that.
Mr. City Manager, is there the report? There's JR.
Sure, I'll give the report, Madam Mayor. Basically, the Ultramar Incorporated is requesting that the city grant a non-public utility pipeline franchise. On April 19th, 2022, the City Council adopted a resolution declaring its intention to grant a non-public utility pipeline franchise to Ultramar and to hold a public hearing for all persons having interest in or any objection to the matter. Ultramar is going to adhere to the same franchise agreement fees as other pipeline companies approved by the City Council in recent years, such as Tesoro, Torrance Pipeline Company, LLC, Shore Terminals, LLC, and Praxair Incorporated. As a result, Ultramar will be paying the city an additional $88 for the first year and $93.13 for each year thereafter, which will result in a total of $1,857.28 in increased revenues and $5,217.28 in total revenues over the course of the 20-year term of the franchise. This is 10 years plus 2 5-year options to extend for your consideration, Madam Mayor and City Council.
Okay, any questions from the City Council? Thank you, staff. Okay, the public hearing is open. The applicant is here. She's already given public testimony. Would you have anything else to say, or we can close the public hearing? Risa?
Mayor, is that for me? Oh, yeah, I would say that, we work well with your staff, and definitely said we are happy to continue with the set rates that you have. I know that was something that was redone sometime after 2017, and happy to do that. And just want to thank the staff for being so cooperative and so helpful in guiding us through this.
Thank you. We're going to close the public hearing, council deliberation.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'll make a motion if we can introduce, I'll move we introduce for the first reading ordinance number 22-2212, an ordinance of the city of Carson, California to grant a non-public utility pipeline franchise to Ultramar Incorporated.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Where's the rest of my colleagues?
They're on mute, but they all said aye. But go ahead. Y'all can come on.
They waved.
They waved.
We nodded.
They nodded. Okay, you guys stay off mute.
I think Cedric nodded, or he smiled.
Cedric, where are you, Cedric?
No, I did not. I said aye.
Okay. Report the vote, Madam City Clerk.
Madam Mayor, the vote appears to be unanimous.
Thank you. I'm going to take the liberty to move up item number 41, 42, and 43. It's a second reading of an ordinance. Yes.
Madam Mayor, there is one person in the queue, and then I still have the written one. I don't know if I just.
Oh, okay. We voted before we heard from everyone?
Well, this person in the queue may be for oral communication.
Okay.
Actually, we were on oral communications, weren't we?
Yeah, we were. I moved it up.
I guess you're Madam MOC, you're back on oral communications, right?
Okay, I'm back on oral.
According to the city clerk, and she's right, as usual.
I'm gonna.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk.
No problem. I'm gonna let them in.
Thank you.
Caller ending in 6520. Please mute your device.
Hello?
Yes.
Wait a second, I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Let me turn the volume up and turn the council meeting off.
There you go.
Hold on.
You don't get that sound feedback,
Yeah, if you mute your device, the background.
Hold on. Jeez. Are you there?
Yes.
Here. Yes, live.
Am I next?
You are. Are you here to speak to an agenda item? This is the time for agenda items.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to one.
Which one?
And then I'd like to speak to something else, but I'll speak to one, yeah. Number 16.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Starting when?
Right now.
Okay, my name is William Coons, and I'm on the Environmental Commission. I'd like to first of all speak to item 16. You're going to reorganize the city, which is good. It should be reorganized, but I don't see making the acting city manager, or maybe I lost track here. So I think that should come first. Should make him city manager. If he's already, that's fine. And the reason is obvious. You don't want him implementing something that the next or the non-acting one will revoke and change again. So that's the reason I'd like to make him city manager if he's not already. The next thing I'd like to do in my remaining 3 minutes is there are no idling signs available in our area in Southern California provided by CARB. I would like to see this be an agenda item soon. The lady from CARB, her name is Crystal. I can give you the details later. Crystal Rio Chen. She's available in July. So at the July meeting, let's bring it up. Let's talk about no idling signs, where trucks and buses are legally idling for longer than the statewide definition, which is 5 minutes. We want to limit that and say you have to turn your engine off after 5 minutes. You can't idle longer than 5 minutes. That's especially in 100 feet of restricted areas, such as schools and other facilities. And then Rubina Sewell also is working with CARB, who's the executive director of California Safe Schools. And we want to identify, she's going to help you identify the no idling signs areas to where to put these for heavy duty truck and bus idling that occurs near schools, near residents, near warehouse, wherever. And there are many, there are several that we should do this. There's also, they can provide enforcement support, training for law officers, for code enforcement or sheriffs in the Carson area, so they can enforce the no idling provisions. The requirements is to make sure their sign fits the code sign requirements, and then to provide places, a list of places to put the signs, and that's about it. So again, I can provide this to the city. It's a CARB function to pay for the signs and all that. Okay, thank you. I'm done.
To the caller, please provide that information to our city manager.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
A brief comment on the gentleman's oral communications, because it's not on the agenda. But it's been brought to my attention that these signs are going to be free and given to the city of Carson for the city of Carson's decision to place them where they are, and it'll be in correspondence with state regulations and state law. So I will make sure that the city manager, as you say, gets all the information he needs, and then he and the two of you can work to put it on the agenda for us to consider the item of accepting that as a gift to the city.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, Madam City Clerk.
That concludes the people in the waiting room here on Zoom. And as I stated before, we did receive one in writing.
Okay.
Would you like me to read it, Madam Mayor?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. This is regarding item number 20. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. Here's my report, not mine, but the person's report regarding item number 20. Real Run Enterprise in the past stated the league would not be open to the general public. I would like to hear clarification in the discussion for a motion that Real Run Enterprise program will also include workshops for the participating college and high school athletes for Carson High and the surrounding high schools such as Rancho Dominguez, Phineas Banning High, Compton, Gardena, and Central High School. Real Run Enterprise in the past offered their programs for 4 days. Now they only offer 1 day. We should give our youth at least 3 days entitlement. Thank you always, Daniel Valdez.
Thank you. Refer that over to our city manager and the staff.
Yes.
Thank you. Without objection, I'm gonna move up items number 40 through 43. There's second readings of an ordinance. Madam City Attorney, can I read all of these at one time, or do I need to read them separately?
You can read them all at the same time unless somebody then wants to separate them and vote on them separately. But if there's consensus to approve all of them, you can read all of them and get a vote.
Does any of my colleagues want to pull any of these items, 40, 41, 42, and 43? Ordinance second reading.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I don't want to pull them or stop them, but I think putting them all together is acceptable because they're relevant to one another and saves time.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. You want to go home before 12 o'clock.
Well, I have to get up early. I'm teaching school tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. So I want to be fresh.
To go home at 10. So
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the second reading and adoption of ordinance number 22-221, amending chapter 1, zoning of article IX, planning and zoning of the Carson Municipal Code, revising the city's regulation for accessory dwelling unit and junior accessory dwelling unit. That one, item number 40. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay.
So you want me to just read them all?
Yes, and we'll do one vote.
Okay. Second reading and adoption, item number 41, second reading and adoption of ordinance number 22-2210, amending chapter 1 zoning of article IX, planning and zoning of the Carson Municipal Code, establishing regulations for urban lot split and 2-unit developments and according to Senate Bill number 9. Like to adopt by second reading by title only, further reading, waive. Item number 42, ordinance of number 22-2207, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, amending the district at South Bay specific plan, modifying permitted uses, development standards, design features, and operational characteristics. Item number 43, adopt by second reading and by title only with further reading, waive ordinance number 22-2208, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, approving development agreement 29-201, DA 29-201. I've read in your hearing items number 40 through item number 43.
I'll second all of those. It's been moved and properly second. Roll call. I'm getting tired already.
It's okay, Madam Mayor.
Wait a minute. All that agree signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. Report the vote, Madam City Clerk.
Madam Mayor, it does appear to be unanimous.
Okay, so all of those have been approved. Now we will go back to approval of the minutes from the beg your pardon?
I'd like to make a motion with for the approval of the April 19, 2022 City Council and Successor Agency Housing Authority regular meeting minutes.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. Madam City Clerk.
It appears to be unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Next on the agenda is the consent calendar items 13 to 36. I'll entertain a motion to approve those items.
I'd like to make a motion, Madam Mayor, to approve the consent items, the consent calendar items 13 through 36.
Second.
It's been moved and probably second. I'd like to pull item number 21, and I'm requesting that item number 16 be continued until our next council meeting. So that those two items that I'm requesting, is there anyone else that'd like to pull an item?
Continued or to be pulled, Madam Mayor? Both of them?
No, one is to pull and 16 is to continue until our next meeting.
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
23 and 29.
23, 29, Hicks. Okay.
And Madam Mayor, just FYI, You need to pull item 16 to continue it.
Oh, I'll pull it and continue.
Otherwise, it'll get passed with the consent calendar.
Thank you, Councilman.
Welcome. That's why we're here, to work as a team.
Thank you. So we're pulling 21 and 20 and 16. Okay. 16, 21. Anyone else?
Cedric just requested some, but I missed it.
23 and 29. Anyone else? Okay, I move approval of the consent calendar with the exception of items 16, 21, 23, and 29.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye again.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
And Madam Mayor, did we approve the minutes yet?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't have it checked off.
Items number 16, I'm requesting that item be continued until our second meeting in this month.
To be brought back on June 21st, Madam Mayor?
Is that, yes, our next meeting. Item number 21, I pulled that because the staff has an addition that needs to be added to that. Staff, item 21.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's just a update that we needed to provide a change to the contract, some language there that was provided. I believe our Assistant City Manager, Robert Lennox, was able to email that out. And then we had that also posted on the city's website through the city clerk's office. And so we just wanted to notice the public that there had been a small correction that needed to be included in the that item.
And what is it? I haven't seen it.
Sure, Mr. Robert Lennox will kind of just give you a brief update.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Yeah, the amendment to the item is simply the Exhibit 1 attachment of the actual agreement. Just to clarify, LA 84, who is the granting agency, had reviewed the grant agreement and changes made by our City Attorney's Office. They had not agreed to the deletion of the dispute resolution provision in it. Essentially, all that means is that should there be a issue of discrepancy or indecision between both parties, the decision-making process would go to a binding arbitration instead of to a court for decision-making. That's the only change within this. City Attorney's Office did review this. They didn't approve this per se, but they do want to make sure you understand that's not the typical form agreement that our city typically goes by, but it is within purview of the council to approve it as is. We don't anticipate any issues with this. This is a very fairly small grant approval anyways. It's about $5,200.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions or comments from my colleagues?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to pull this item as well. Understanding LA 84, I just wanted the residents to know, because if you don't know what's happening, I want the staff to at least give information to the residents in regards to the swim lessons and the ability to get this possible reduction in the fees. So just kind of staff give that information, and when does swim lessons begin?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Excuse me. Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. Yeah, there is part of our activity guide that goes out to the public, advertisement about a swim lesson program where this opportunity is made available. It's a scholarship program, essentially. So the LA 84 grant provides some subsidy to any families who can't afford it that are typically income verified. So those who are low income can apply for this. And then additionally, there's a flyer that goes out for advertising in it on top of the activity guide that's direct mailed. So we'll be pushing this out now that we've gotten this award notification from LA 84. Try to get as many people enrolled as possible under the grant opportunity. Our swim lesson programs are usually the most popular aquatics program we have during the summertime. So,
thank you. Just wanted to get that out, Madam Mayor.
And would you, any more questions, or would you like to make a motion?
Move staff's recommendation.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Madam City Clerk.
Aye.
It appears to be unanimous.
Thank you. Councilman, you pulled item 23. Hicks.
Yes, under item 23, just from staff perspective, understanding this is the same EARS program that we had at the hospital in Long Beach. Is that's still the case? This is still the EARS program, the Emergency Assistance Program, that's being programmed through, I think it's Miller or Long Beach Memorial Hospital, I think it might be. My concern is the amount of money that we're having in it. Is there still a waiting list that we have for this program?
It's Miller Children's Hospital in Long Beach.
If I could, Councilmember Hicks, I'll have our Director of Community Services, Michael Wicker, comment on that briefly.
Yes, thank you for that. And Mr. Councilman, yes, currently we do have quite a few, very few new seniors went on the program during the actual COVID period. We still do have a waiting list for the amount of people that we do provide this service for. We currently have 60 people that are active on this particular program. And we do have a waiting list of people who are waiting to get on this program as well.
Are they all Carson residents?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
On the waiting list?
Yes.
I'm not sure of the exact number of people on the waiting list. I anticipate we have about 25 to 30 people on the waiting list.
And EARS cannot accommodate all those. That's what I'm hearing you say. They don't.
We can actually increase the amount of people that we have that we provide the service for. So we currently have 60 people that are in the program that are running. As of now, this is a new company that we have. Used to be through Phillips, through the Long Beach Memorial Hospital. And the new program that we have, we reduced the price and we were able to increase the number from 48 people on the program utilizing the same funds. And we now have a total of 60 people on the program. So within the last 2 years, we have increased the number. But as of right now, we still have a large number of people who are on the waiting list. They can accommodate additional people if we would like.
To the staff.
Well, I know you're the same way I'm thinking. We need to take care of our seniors. There's no way.
My request is for this item to bring back a budget to see how much it will cost to accommodate them. I know we have to cut it off, but we're just coming out of the pandemic and we have a lot of our seniors that need our support. So if you can bring back us, I know we're doing the budget, but a process so we can get those 25 off the waiting list if they're Carson residents.
Is this time sensitive that if we don't approve this tonight that you can't continue the services for those 60? Or will it be okay to approve this 60 and to bring back an item for an additional, whatever the 25 people?
This is not time sensitive. It ends at the end of this fiscal year, which is June the 30th. So if you would like, we can bring it back for the 21st of June for the second council meeting.
Oh, that sounds like a plan. So without any objection, can we continue this item until the 21st?
No objection.
Item number 29, Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I pulled this item I just need clarification from the staff. They're asking for another $30,000 to be retroactive from the first year that I guess the contract was instituted. My question, what happened and why we have to now increase the 30 from the original RFP when they submitted their paperwork saying what it's going to cost for their services? Now it's increased $30,000 a year?
Thank you, Councilman. I'll allow our Assistant City Manager, Mr. Robert, next to give a brief update on the status there.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'd have to double check on why they're requesting the increase retroactively. Most of the contracts we've been dealing with moving forward have a built-in escalator. I don't believe this one does, and I believe this vendor is citing costs related to inflation, but I'll have to double check that.
So
time sensitive. Can we bring this back as well?
Likely the same situation. The expiration of the contract goes through the end of the fiscal year.
Well, without objection.
For the current year.
Okay. Without objection, we'll bring that back at the second meeting also. I want to thank you for putting these items ahead of time because we've been getting so many on when we're on our critical path and we couldn't do anything. So this gives us the opportunity to look at what you're recommending in time to make an adjustment. So thank you. So items number 23 and 29 will be brought back at our next council meeting without objection.
You mean 16, Madam Mayor?
Even 16.
16.
Yeah. 16, 23, and 29 will be brought back.
Okay.
Mind you, I just want to remind everyone, I'm sure everyone knows this already, but letting people know that our fiscal year ends the end of June, so the 21st would be our last regular meeting to handle all these issues. So I'm going to make sure that we concentrate on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman, for that friendly reminder.
You're welcome.
The next item, if I'm not mistaken, Madam City Clerk, is item number 38. I've completed 37. I pulled it out. So
yes.
Yes. 38 is introduction of a first reading of an ordinance number 2213, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, amending section 2611, exceptions to bidding requirements for purchases other than for public projects of Chapter 6, purchasing system of the Article 2, administration of the Carson Municipal Code to amend the corporate purchasing regulations. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For this particular item, we'll have our city staff to go ahead and present before council. So I know there's a discussion that I've presented for the mayor and city council. So we'll have staff go ahead and present that. I believe that's coming from the attorney's office. So I'm not sure if this is something that, Sunny, if there's something you want to present on this.
Sorry, I thought, JR?
Yeah, so I worked on this with Robert. So Madam Mayor, the council was briefed on this issue a couple of weeks ago. The city uses cooperative purchasing organizations for a number of purchases, and cooperative purchasing is a tool that's available to municipalities that allows cities to more quickly purchase items on an as-needed basis, and that while they do make a low price available to the city, it allows smaller jurisdictions to get better prices due to economies of scale because they're combining their purchasing power with a number of other organizations and often on a national scale. And they're an easier way to navigate and understand the products, which is equipment or products that are available. And it reduces the amount of time that staff needs to research and to find different material and different products. And the city's used for a long time. Sourcewell is one of the organizations that we belong to. In approving a number of purchases that the staff had worked on through Sourcewell back earlier this spring, the city attorney's office, in digging a little further, found an incompatibility between what's in the municipal code and the city's charter, and the way sometimes bids are procured through cooperative purchasing, which is that cooperative purchasing they have their own kind of bidding rubrics and ways of awarding contracts. And on a specific piece of equipment, that might have been bid as part of a whole catalog of equipment, and you can't guarantee necessarily that for that specific piece of equipment, that is the lowest responsible bid. And so it was incompatible, and with the city's municipal code that says the city shall always obtain the lowest possible bid. And so this amendment creates the flexibility in using cooperative purchasing and using the cooperative purchasing system and formula for awarding, and it's weighing the benefits of more efficient purchasing, often and usual, the lowest price against always on every single item procured through cooperative purchasing always being the lowest price. So it's an amendment, it's an ordinance amending the municipal code that allows for the cooperative purchasing to be used, and the ordinance kind of relieved the obligation in always to demonstrate that it's the lowest price. And so in all other matters, the purchasing ordinance is not amended. And in regular bidding, we go out and bid things out and award to the lowest price bidder. That concludes my report. The city attorney might want to add something, or the finance director might want to add something too, because purchasing is in his department.
Yeah, the only thing I want to clarify is we did discuss this, and if staff want to continue using this, the code needs to be amended to be consistent with the charter. So if the council doesn't have to amend this, but if the council does not amend it, it just means the staff have to go through an RFP process.
I have a question for staff and maybe the city attorney, but Mr. Raymond, if, for instance, the city were to be on its own buying a piece of equipment that costs, say, $50,000, it's maybe a work vehicle, possibly. And that's the lowest bid we can get. We can't get lower than 50,000. But we go into a cooperative bid arrangement, and there's 10 cities buying these same piece of equipment. And their lowest bid would be, say, $45,000 each, and we get one for $45,000, but they didn't use the system that we require in our ordinance. Is that still a violation of our process?
Well, it's ironically, it potentially could be, right? In that even though the city were to bid,
seems counterintuitive.
I know, even if the city were to bid and do its own bidding and only obtain a price of, say, $50,000, and then go to the cooperative purchasing and find an item, similar item or the same item for lower, if you were not able to demonstrate that that particular item by that cooperative purchasing agency was in fact the lowest price vendor of all of the other vendors that they bid this against, then you fall in this sort of loophole in that you were not able to demonstrate that they were the lowest product. Now, in this case, it's certainly a better value, and the cooperative purchasing agency would say, this is really a best value purchase, and we're recommending that you do it. And staff would want to recommend that you're doing it, but it's just sort of like, I don't want to say it's splitting hairs exactly, but it's causing sort of additional research in getting into kind of behind the curtain of the cooperative purchasing agency, and how did you do this, and how did you bid it, and was this in fact awarded on the basis of lowest cost? And so there could be in fact a vendor at that cooperative purchasing agency that has the same vehicle for $42,000, but it didn't score as well in terms of all of the other factors that the cooperative purchasing agency scores against, and so they're not recommending it as a best value.
Okay, so you as staff are recommending that we make this adjustment just to avoid a contradiction.
Yes.
Okay, Madam Mayor,
I want to be clarified. If the council is okay with the cooperative purchasing process being used, again, you don't have to accept this.
But it's recommended by staff for a reason.
It is recommended by your staff. Yeah.
Madam Mayor, I support it. Does it need a motion?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, that being the case, I better put my reading glasses on, small print. Okay, I This is item 38, correct?
Yes.
I will move we waive further reading and introduce ordinance for the first reading. Ordinance number 22-2213, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carson, California, amending section 2611, exceptions to bidding requirements for purchases other than for public projects, of Chapter 6, Purchasing System, of Article 2, Administration of the Carson Municipal Code to amend the cooperative purchasing regulations.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Haven't heard from two. Are their fingers up?
Aye.
Aye.
Councilwoman.
Aye.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, report the vote, please.
It's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. 38. Okay, we're on item 39 is consider local appointments to city commissions, committees, and boards. Staff?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This item is on the agenda to consider just the appointments and the removals of commissioners, committee, and board members in accordance to and with the city charter article and as well as a council member assignments and or removals to the city council subcommittees and or city affiliated organizations by the mayor and city council.
Okay.
Madam Mayor and council.
Yes, on for me, Human Relations Commission, I have a vacancy alternate number 3. I'd like to move from the Public Relations Commission, Juno, her name is Teresita, Teresita, removal from the Public Relations and put her on the Human Relations, and alternate number 3. Public Works, MPT.
Great, Madam Mayor, I don't have my list tonight. I apologize.
I'm going to get you. Okay.
I thought this would be around 12 o'clock that we would address this, so I didn't even put my list together. Since you made a motion, you guys made a motion to be here to 12.
Well, this is playing ahead of the game, you know.
Madam Mayor, don't you have a vacancy in alternate 3 on Environmental Commission as well?
Yes, I just haven't looked at. Yeah, I'm going to move some people around, but not tonight.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I do have an opening, but I'm not doing anything with it tonight.
All righty.
Okay. Thank you for the reminder. On the Women's Issues Commission, Dr. Lori Arnold has moved out of the city, so I'd like to remove her from the Women's Issues Commission. She's no longer a Carson resident. And I do have an opening on the Measure C, but I will hold off on that also. Councilwoman, you still have an opening on your Mobile Home Park Rental Review Board.
I have that. It's Maria, common spelling, D, Uribe, U-R-I-B-E.
Okay. Thank you. That's your uncontested. I did not vote to replacement for me, so that was my recommendation for Human Relations. I need to, because that's not my uncontested. So can I entertain a motion to remove, to place?
I'll move the request from the mayor.
Thank you. And I'll second it. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. On the I have to remove another person that is yes. I have to remove another person. I don't see his name right now. It's not a big deal. Oh, Matthew Arnold on the Relocation Appeals Board. Remove him. He's no longer in the city. moved out of the city. Okay. Do I need a motion on that one too, Madam Clerk? I don't think so. I mean, Madam City Attorney, just to remove. He's no longer eligible, so.
Well, if it's your uncontested, then you don't need
It's not mine contested. It's not mine contested.
Then if it's not your uncontested, you need to make a motion.
Okay.
And once you make a nomination, and once you make a nomination, the council votes on it.
Okay, I'm requesting that he be removed from the relocation of bills board. He's no longer.
I'll second that motion
Thank
by
you.
you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. It's been moved and properly second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And that's our completed list for the commissions. I'd like to remind the staff that I've been getting calls from some of these commissions, Public Works. They have not been meeting, and I thought we had activated all of our commissions. So, Mr. City Manager, could you check and make sure that, because they need to be going over the Brown Act, and you have a lot of new commissioners, but I've been getting calls that some of these commissions have not met. And I want to say it's the Public Works or Public Safety. Public Safety also.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I just want to make sure that I do have a relocation commission that I need to fill. Did I already do that?
Let me see. Let me go back to it.
I think you filled it with Mr. Glenn White
Yeah. Glenn White. I think so.
in past council meeting, but Council MPT has a vacancy.
Yeah, he's the only one that has a vacancy.
So they're all filled then. Mine are
All
filled.
yours, except the ones that are highlighted, Councilwoman.
Like for instance, a General Plan Advisory Committee, Councilwoman Ross, you still have a vacancy.
Yeah,
On that one? The General Council Advisory
General Plan Advisory Committee, Exhibit 1 on page 12, under Special Committees.
You have an opening there.
That's the only one, correct?
Right, but you just filled the other one. So Glenn White is your appointee on the Relocation Appeals Board.
You know, I think that, Madam Mayor, I think that the Councilwoman has a vacancy on Mobile Home Park Rental Review Board at-large member.
She just filled it.
I just
With-
filled that one.
She just filled it.
I just
Who?
filled.
Maria Eribe. She just
Oh, I
filled
see,
it.
Maria, okay.
Yes, you read it. So I do have one for the
General Plan Advisory.
general planning. Yes.
Yes.
So that one, I would like my uncontested to be Lenore Gonzalez with a Z. Lenore Gonzalez.
Okay.
So then I should be complete.
You are.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. And that concludes our,
Madam Mayor,
yes.
if we may, I know that we asked for items 29 and 23 to be pushed to June 21st because there were two inquiries that both, I believe, Council Member Hicks had. But we have those answers. If we could provide that information, we may be able to avoid going on the 21st. It's to suffice if the council would and yourself would say the same.
Councilman, we can go back. Was it item 23 or is it 29? The ears, which one?
Both. One was the item 29 regarding the turbo data and the 30,000 Councilmember Hicks asked, and then also on 23 he was requesting some information regarding. I think there was that concern about the waiting list, and so we've got some information from Mr. Whitaker to confirm us about that as well.
We can go back and revisit. It's a budget item on that one, I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the consensus of the council to go back and revisit these?
No objection.
Okay.
Objection.
Okay. Item number 23, what's your report, staff?
In regards to item number 23, I talked with my staff. We did have a waiting list, but unfortunately, due to the pandemic that has over the past 2 years, we have actually reduced the number of people that are on the program. So currently, we do have the program going. Our waiting list has been exhausted at this particular point. It's not a great thing, but unfortunately, it definitely has been exhausted due to people passing away. And we now have a few spaces that we can add additional people to. So it would be best if we could go ahead and approve this item with the existing numbers that we have, including the vacant spaces that we have on this particular program.
Oh, well, that's good to hear. So you have about 3 slots open.
I believe we have a total of 10 slots that are available right now, Madam Mayor.
You can fill those. Okay.
Yes, we can.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
That being the case, I'll make a motion to approve a 3-year contract service agreement at a total not to exceed contract sum of $33,480 with one city option to extend for an additional 1 year at the additional cost of $11,160 with Life Station Incorporated to provide emergency alert response system known as EARS services for the city of Carson seniors. Exhibit number 2, known as the agreement, and authorize the mayor to execute the agreement following approval as performed by the city attorney.
Okay.
It's been moved and properly second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Madam Clerk, report the vote.
Unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We'll go back to item 29. Staff, you have an updated report for us.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and our Assistant City Manager, Robert Lex, will give that brief update.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. Yes, I believe the question was related to the increased costs for the Turbo Data contract. And so I was going to report that the primary increase is due to the delinquent collections. And what I want to note is that during the first 2 years of pandemic, those collections were down by half. And so going into the current fiscal year, they actually spiked up 3 times as much as they typically are. Why that's important is that the collections are done on a contingency basis. And so as a percentage of the amounts paid related to those citations. So at the time of writing the report, as of May, mid-May, May 18, the revenues for the report were at 1.4 million, and which had already exceeded the full fiscal year amounts. And so what I'm trying to tell you is that because the collections were higher, that meant that the payment to Turbo Data is also higher. So there's an offsetting revenue stream that comes in as well that we weren't anticipating in the entire fiscal year to exceed the amount we had put aside. So it's a good and a bad situation. We have to pay more on the contract, but we also have offsetting revenue to cover that.
Almost kind of like a percentage of like when you're taking credit cards, like a lower percent. You take in lower amount, your the 3%, it'll be lower, but over the if you take in more, it increases based on like the service fee. I kind of can I explain that in that way, or
to some extent? I mean, the city is collecting more revenue because there's more citations being issued, and we're more actively getting collections incoming to the city. However, with every payment that comes in, there's a percentage that goes to Turbo Data for that service. So more money coming in, more transactions, but on each transaction, there's a percentage that goes back to Turbo Data. That has exceeded what we anticipated being the number of transactions for this fiscal year.
Got it.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
After Councilman Hicks speaks, I have a question about TurboTax.
Well, my question would be, for being a $30,000 made retro from the beginning of the contract, and if it did not start collecting additional funding until after the pandemic, why are we paying them $30,000 before the pandemic if there was no collections?
Well, no, what I'm trying to point out, thank you for the question. The first 2 years during the pandemic, that's when those collections were way down. This past year, we've exceeded the typical amount by 3-fold. So if you, in the staff report, you'll see the contract years laid out. And what you notice is in 2018, 19, 19, 20, 21, I'm sorry, 20 and 21, that amount had gone lower. But going into this current fiscal year, it had shot up by 3 times. So in the last 2 years prior, we were well under what our budget was for this. But going into this year, it was incredibly higher. And so we have to make sure we have money to pay them. Otherwise, we're sort of behind the ball on that. We're running a deficit on the expenditure side. On the revenue side, we're doing great as a result.
So that's now I got it. So you didn't have as much expenditures the first 2 years, but when you got to that third year, it blew up by having more tickets issued and more processing, which took up for the first 2 years of nothing.
That's correct.
Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
To staff. So, a lot of this revenue is due to citations for parking, et cetera. I just want to be sure that this is a natural consequence of more activity after the pandemic, and we're not using this as a revenue generator for the city, because parking citations are, very punitive in nature, and sometimes the mistakes are made. I know at one time, I won't name the company, but they were overzealous in their aggressive ticketing. And most of these ticketing, it's not visitors to the city, it's residents. So I just want to be assured publicly from staff, I'm sure we have the right answer coming from you, that it was a consequence of more activity going on and not more aggressive citation giving.
Thank you, Councilmember Deere. Actually, that is true in part. We are seeing a lot more vehicle parking activity in the city. I'm sure many of the council can attest to the increased truck parking. That makes up a large part of our citation activity this year.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm a believer in some instances, like law enforcement officers, sometimes they give a warning instead of a citation if the circumstances are proper for that. And I would like to be sure that happens when it's proper on the parking citation level also. That's kind of a policy decision. We can't make it right tonight, but I would like to be, let me put it this way, I'd like to be informed if the staff senses there's some type of overzealous or over aggressiveness in giving citations, because it just seems unfair, especially with people impacted from COVID-19. Either they were sick, they don't have as much money, and they get a parking citation, which can be very expensive. You're muted, Mr. Lennox. You're muted if you were talking. Okay. Yeah. So can I get that assurance from staff?
Yes, sir. In fact, I can comfortably say that our city's parking enforcement efforts are well below what a comparable size city's enforcement efforts would be. We typically only have 1 to 2 enforcement folks on the streets at any given time. So it is not overly aggressive. I think we're actually well behind when it comes to trying to accommodate enforcing any parking codes throughout the city. I know that the officers are typically very communicative with the public. If there is a person in earshot or able to talk to them about moving their vehicle, they do that instead of writing citations. They try to be true community stewards instead of just simply writing citations when possible.
Right. For example, a hypothetical situation. There's a person, they're parked, the sign says no parking 8 to 11. They walk out at 8 o'clock, and that's when the citation officer's on that street at the coincidence, and they have their key, they're going to get in the car and move their car. And they move their car 2 minutes after 8. Technically, that's a violation, but on a practical level, you would accommodate the person because they're not interfering with the street sweeping at that point. And we've had situations where we had a parking enforcement officers working with the public on a particular street, that when the street is saying there's no parking 8 to 11, street sweeper comes at 10:30, sweeps the street, and a few minutes before 11, people want to put their cars back. It doesn't cause any safety problems. It doesn't cause any health problems with keeping the street clean. It's kind of a practical, cooperative, we're all working together in one family, one city approach. I just think that we need to be, I guess the word is friendly toward our residents and not the new sheriff in town mentality that sometimes happens with employees, not city employees, but contractors.
Understood.
Okay.
I'll be sure to remind our officers.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve amendment number 1 to the agreement between the City of Carson and Turbo Data Systems Incorporated, dated July 1st, 2021, increasing the contract amount to an amount not to exceed $344,208 exactly for the full 3-year term of the agreement. Adoption of resolution number 22-100, a resolution of the City of Carson City Council amending the fiscal year 2021-2022 general fund budget and approve and authorize the increase of the proposed fiscal year 2022-23 budget by $30,000 exactly in accordance with 101-555-592-100-60004, and authorize the mayor to execute amendment number 1 following as performed by the city attorney.
Second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. I didn't hear from Hicks or Hilton, MPT.
I said aye. I said aye. I said aye.
Okay.
I said aye.
Report the vote, Madam City Clerk.
It's unanimous, Madam Mayor.
Okay. The next we have is memorial adjournments.
Yes, that's me. I will call the names as follows. Sydney Moore, Eugene Miller, Stephanie Ann Holmes, the 21 victims of the Uvalde, Texas school massacre, Alfred Pidong Malata Bokatiha, Cecil Milstead, Rosa Dean Thomas, Lloyd Carpenter Jr., Winnie Henry, and Tuvili Matai Ah.
I'm not sure if our councilwoman, Arlene Rojas' father was mentioned on there.
Yes, he was.
Yes, he was.
Wanted to just make sure and highlight we're praying for you. We're your family. So when you hurt, we hurt. So I just wanted to make sure.
Yes. Thank you. Thank
Madam
you.
City Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Our prayers go out to the families and the souls of all the departed. I just want to comment that Alfred Bogatia, Arlene Rojas' father, who has living with Arlene in Arlene's house for some time, was truly a pillar of the community and a very, very active man in helping Carson become the wonderful city that we've become. Active for many, many years, and a true man of the Lord that did God's work. He really had I knew him well. He had a true long life of giving to others, helping other people become successful. I believe that's God's work. And so my prayers go out to him. I attended the novena all 9 days, all 9 nights. And he, like the others that were mentioned with our memorial adjournments, will be greatly missed by our community. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
To our MPT, could you give us a prayer, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's bow our heads. Father, thank you for the opportunity you've given us with life. We pray for all of these bereaved families. We pray that you will bless them in their time of bereavement and keep near and dear to your promise not to leave us comfortless. I pray a special prayer for our council colleague as she's mourning the loss of her father. I pray you strengthen her, you encourage her, and you encourage her entire family. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Thank you. The same councilwoman, prayers are with you on the loss of your father, because our parents are near and dear to us. And you had him for how long? 98 years?
96 years, yes.
96 years. What a blessing. What a blessing. Yeah.
He had, I remember him getting all those signatures to put speed bumps and stop signs and put up campaign signs all the way from the early 90s, way back, yes, the early 90s. So, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Were there any requests for all communications for items not listed on the agenda, Madam City Clerk?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Council members request to add items to the agenda?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I do have one I would like to be in our next council meeting. An item to approve the Dignity Health Sports Center, to use the Dignity Health Sports Center for an event, an opening for Filipino History Month in the month of October.
I think we already have so many approved for the Dignity Health Center. I think it's 2 or 3. We just need to identify them. In the contract, Mr. City Manager, are we approved for 2 or 3 events at Dignity?
Yes, ma'am. You're approved for 2. However, I'd have to research, but I don't believe that there's been any.
There hasn't been any, right. So it's already approved. We just need to meet with the staff at the Dignity and say, this is what we want to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
You think it's appropriate for the city manager and the Parks and Recreation Department to just simply contact Dignity Health Sports Park and say if they can, as the councilwoman said, the kickoff of Philippine American History Month be held there? And we don't need to have a vote on our, maybe we should ask the city attorney if we need a vote of the city council. If it could be done administratively, which it sounds like it could be, then the city manager could, and his Park and Recreation Department could handle that.
Yeah.
Mike Whitaker can handle it very easily, whoever the city manager, directs. So I know it's not on the agenda tonight, but it's a procedural question. So maybe the city attorney could comment on it.
I'm okay with it being done administratively.
That would be great. So then city manager could just connect directly with Dignity Health Sports Center.
It's 2. We have not been using them lately, so that's good. We just haven't. The last thing we had was the day of prayer, and then it moved somewhere else, and we had Unity Day there. So maybe a site for, it didn't work that well for Unity Day, but we do have 2 in the contract.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I will coordinate the details of any kind of agreements that we would have to do with Mr. Roberts, and we'll do it administratively.
Yeah, that makes sense, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Madam City Attorney, and City Manager. That would be great.
And Madam Mayor, if I may give my condolences to the councilwoman too. I had no idea. I had not. I'm shocked. Thank you for sharing the stories you did about him with me in the meeting we had one-on-one. It just spoke a lot to his character, and I'm so sorry for your loss.
Thank you. Thank you. And I will be updating everyone when all the plans are set forth. So it will be a public ceremony.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I had mentioned earlier council meeting, and I'm going to bring it up again in the councilman request to add items to future agendas. I'd like to see the decision by the city council to extend the premium pay to a very limited number of former employees that retired just before we made the decision to give premium pay to employees. I can't debate the issue tonight because it's not on the agenda, but that's the principle that I'm requesting that item be on the agenda for the 21st of June. And basically, the agenda item would be to approve anyone who's retired in the last 6 months, and they have to have retired from the system, not just got a job in another city. Say maybe anything after December 1st until the day that we approved it in, I think it was in March. So that's what a request for number one. Second request, two you're very familiar with, and that is that I'd like to see the ordinance that creates mobile home park zone in the city of Carson, because we don't have a zone for mobile home parks. We have industrial zones, commercial zones, et cetera, residential zones, but we need a mobile home park zone in our city. So I'm asking for that again. And then one more, I'm asking again to have the city council, the five of us are working together well, get rid of the dictator amendment and get rid of the rule that says that a majority of the city council cannot put something on a regular scheduled meeting of the city council, but only the mayor can do that. It's very undemocratic, and I'd like you to add that to the 21st as well.
Anyone else?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I want to agree with Councilmember Deere on one, that is the premium pay, but I would like it to kind of extend back, and I would like our staff to do an audit of how much it would cost us if we are so inclined to do that. But I would like to get to go back to, for those who retired, possibly from September 1st up until we gave the premium pay.
Is that September 1st?
From starting from September 1st on, I think the councilman wanted to go to December. I'm inclined to support.
We'll just break them down.
Yeah, that's a good idea. If we have a breakdown on September, November, October.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and December. Okay.
Yes.
Because I do know one person that retired 3 weeks before the vote of the city council, and he had been working for 30 years for the city. So anyway, that would be good. And I would agree with the councilman, Jawan Hilton's suggestion that that the staff bring to us a report as to the effect of going back another month or 2 or 3. Thank you.
Councilwoman.
Actually, I was just continuing with that. If we have a number, I mean, are we talking like a dozen employees? Do we have any idea, or it's not that many?
You know, my research showed 3 employees.
Then that's.
But that was from December 1st. Now,
okay.
If you go back further, most likely it'll be more employees. Okay. But Madam Mayor, I really think it should be people that have retired from the PERS system.
Not the part-time.
Only. And the city attorney may want to comment on that. Anyway, that's what I'm looking for.
I mean, it's a council policy decision as to when you want to do it. The only thing I caution the council is that if you are inclined to do it, it should be a new resolution.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking for, a new resolution, an additional resolution, not to affect the existing resolution. Make it clear.
Yeah, because we don't want to open up the old one.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Anything else?
Oh, two things, and it's not a council. I want to. My daughter graduated from 5th grade this morning, so I'm excited about that.
Congratulations!
I want to, because I know she's up watching. Like, Daddy, get home. I want to say happy birthday. Her birthday is next Friday, but also I want to say happy birthday to our city manager. His birthday is on, when is that? Saturday. His birthday Saturday.
Oh, we should sing to him.
Happy birthday! We should have sang to him early.
I would love that, but I know it's getting late, and I don't want to.
It's not 12 o'clock.
It's never too late for joy and happiness.
Okay.
Something in the short supply sometimes.
MPT, 1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear David. Happy birthday to you. I think we need a little rehearsal.
Happy birthday. I'm sorry.
That was absolutely wonderful and touched my heart to no end. Thank you all so much. I can't wait for you all to hear that on the replay.
Oh, boy.
I don't know.
Thank you.
I
Thank
wouldn't
you.
do
Thank you.
that.
I'm hiring this choir.
Oh, no. One
Hire
more
or
thing,
fired?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
One more thing to staff. Can we get an update on the Carson High School football field? I haven't heard any of that. So that's it. Just an update on that whenever you get the chance.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. We'll get that right to you.
Yes, Councilman Hicks.
Thank you. First off, condolences to you, Councilwoman Rojas, during this time. As most of you know, I'm still dealing with my father and his continued health, and hopefully he will pull through as well. I wanted to make an announcement that on the 18th of this month, I'm doing a Father's Day celebration at Kent's Ice Cream. So fathers, come out and get you a scoop of ice cream from noon until 6. In addition to that, I want to say congratulations to my grandson, Carson. I cannot believe it. He just graduated from preschool and getting ready to go to kindergarten. It was just yesterday that he was born. So the time is moving very quickly. And those who have your loved ones that are still here, cherish them, tell them that you love them, because tomorrow is not promised to anybody. And understanding, as I'm dealing with my father, and it doesn't look like he's going to be coming out of the hospital anytime soon. And he's in a long fight at this point in time in his life. So with that being said, I just want to say thank you guys for your prayers and continued support.
Thank you. We're praying for you also.
Yes, thank you.
I've gone through it myself.
First of all, I want to say that I attended 2 conferences, the ICSC in Vegas. To the staff, I think unless we have a booth there, it's not productive for me to walk around, because you must have appointments to see all of the, go into all the booths. So we're doing a lot here in the city. So I would like us to look at having a booth at the next conference, and so that when we go as elected officials, we can be feeling a part of the process. I did not feel a part of the process. I have in the past, because I had appointment time to meet with everyone. So it was a large event, but when I looked on the back of the program, other cities were represented, but not the city of Carson. And I know MPT was there also. MPT, did you get a different feel than I did? Or?
Madam Mayor, I did believe I did sit with like Co-Star, those places. I did like insert myself into them, but I did feel it would be a better experience if we had someone set at appointments. And as Carson is growing with this new development, the district that's coming, we should definitely have an opportunity to draw people as we are searching for new residents, new residential business to come into our community. So I think next year I would ask the staff to let's be proactive, and let's put fillers out there to see who wants to come to Carson, because this is about to be the next destination city. But I did agree. I went to Co-Star, went to a few places, and a few places had nice food and water, but they wouldn't let you in without without an appointment.
You should have come with me.
Were you there?
Yes.
Yes.
I went to a lot of events.
Yeah.
But Councilman Hilton, next time you are there, and Mayor, come with me. We'll get you in. I know how to get you in.
Well, I want us to not to have to rely. We should have appointments like we've had in the past. Staff would arrange for us to have appointments. We didn't have to go and say anything. I have an appointment at 10 o'clock. I went to several of the businesses at that. And I liked it better for me. And I'm glad you had the connections to get in, but I'm looking for appointments that we don't have to go and knock on the door. So here I am, Mayor, here you are. Welcome, come on in and have a sandwich. And let's talk about the city of Carson. So I'm glad you were there. I'm glad you made some contacts, but I didn't feel the connection that I felt in the past. So that is a request. And then also I attended the mayor's conference in Reno this past weekend, and that was an excellent conference. Our Camilla Harris was there. She spoke. We had our Surgeon General there. We had a lot of great guest speakers, a lot of interaction with all the mayors. I was very impressed with the number of mayors. And I have some resources I've already shared with our city manager of the mass shooting protocol, first 24 hours. It's a booklet. And I'm asking that we put together a tabletop kind of meeting the young lady that will come out. Her program is is funded, federal funding, so she wants to come out free and do us a tabletop. And then I have some other information built from zero for the homeless population. But it was a good event, and I want to thank staff for Ginger and staff for working with me and getting that scheduled. But that was the best conference that I've been to in a while. So and then also want to remind everyone about the Juneteenth celebration at Mills Park, this on the 18th from 11 to 6. And I'm also asking staff again, Robert Lennox, city manager, to better coordinate the events that are taking place in the city, so that we're not bumping heads. I know Dignity Health is having a Juneteenth. They thought ours was on the 18th. And now there's going to be that Juneteenth at Dignity, our event at Mills Park. And we would have coordinated better had we known. And I think, because I like to go to all the events that are in the city of Carson. So better coordination from the city. I know there's some kind of event at the community center on the same day. It's a recycling event of some nature. And we have enough residents to attend, but it kind of locks our hands as elected officials when we're jumping all over the place. So can we kind of coordinate calendars on that? And I guess you guys didn't want to stay here until 12 o'clock. It's 9:30.
Madam Mayor, I didn't give my oral communications report yet.
No, I'm waiting here.
Okay.
Okay, so
Right.
9:30, we're out and we're waiting on Councilman Deere.
Okay, thank you. Yes, first I want to wish Happy Father's Day to all of the fathers in Carson and all the people who love our fathers. And I have a report on the ICSC I attended with you and Councilman Hilton. The conference for me was a little different experience. It was very rewarding, very beneficial. I made contact with not only longtime contacts I've had over the years when I was the mayor, but also new people I met. And I have some exciting things to share with the city on those contacts that I've made with Nike and some very, very interesting possibilities for the city of Carson. And so I actually made appointments in advance. So I had appointments with people, and it worked out very well for me. And I liked the idea of having a booth. I did visit the other cities. Rialto has a booth, and many other cities. And we, of course, as you know, had a booth in the past. And if done right, it's cost effective because it's very expensive show, as you know, to be participating on that level. But a city booth would be good. It also gives us a base of operations and communications among ourselves. So council members and staff attending as a team can really coordinate efforts and multiply the positive effect of our booth. And again, I just want to emphasize that my experience was very rewarding, very beneficial for the future of the city of Carson.
Thank you.
Thank you, and good night, everyone.
Wait a second. I had to the city manager. That SMP that we have on traveling, we need to look at that. I heard the frustration that MPT felt when he was told he had to drive 600 miles. We should be given the option, in my opinion, to drive, fly, or walk. But to limit us as elected officials and whatever the state law mandates, I want to look at that SMP. I know MPT and I are on the committee, so I'd like to move forward coming up with a recommendation that if I want to drive, I should be able to drive. If it costs $10 less, somebody tell me that I have to fly. What if I'm afraid of flying? you know, we're elected officials. So I'd like to look at that and look at what the state allows us to do, because we should have that option as elected officials. Not to say, well, you have to drive 6 miles because it's 6 hours because it's cheaper for you to drive, and then you can't rent a car. I'm not putting those kind of miles on my car. So if I want to rent a car, I should. So I'd like us to look at what we can do as a body. Some of our SMPs are antiquated, and we need to, and I know the MPT and I are going to be looking at them, but that one we need to address real soon. Okay.
And Madam Mayor, sometimes it takes longer to fly when you think you got to go to the airport in advance, check in security, and you know, all that takes longer than driving sometimes.
It does. If you go to Vegas, it takes you 4 hours to get there. It takes me 4 to drive, and I don't have to be searched. So those are kind of things I want to look at for us. I know someone, I don't know how this came into effect, but it's not I think it's just past practice, and it just has carried over into the years that, oh no, you have to drive and and then just the mileage allowance is like, really? Gas it costs $100 to fill up a car, and we're getting 54 cents or 24 cents a mile. It's not matching.
Isn't it based on the federal rules?
That's correct, Councilman. Yeah, so Madam Mayor, it is based on federal guidelines, but we'll pull the guidelines together and we'll grab the SMP and we'll meet with you all and set that meeting up.
Thank you. Thank you. And without that, unless there's no further comments, I'm going to adjourn this meeting at 9:30. I'm so proud of you guys.
Good night, everyone. God bless.
Good night. God bless everyone. God bless Carson.
All right.